greedy pigs. No kidding. No kidding. I'm glad you've come out of your cannabis haze. Too much Class D controlled substances here. They broke their word to the stoners. They can't believe it. They're going to get a 28% tax increase, a 28% tax. So now that's the House. And now the Senate has come up with its own bill. They're trying to come out. They're trying to hammer out a bill. So what happens is the House and the Senate will each have their own versions. But again, remember, the people have given them a bill. The people told them what to do. And they said, bleep you. We'll do what we want. We need to have more money coming in for our pay raises, for our 40% pay raise. Talk about the munchies. They have the munchies for money up there, and they want the money.
Sour cream and onion chips with some dip, man. Some beef jerky, some peanut butter. Get some Haagen-Dazs ice cream bars, a whole lot of hot. Make sure chocolate. Gotta have chocolate, man.
Dude.
Some popcorn, red popcorn, graham crackers. Graham crackers is the marshmallows, the little marshmallows, and little chocolate bars, and we'll make some s'mores, man. Yeah, that's...
Dude, if I have to pay that like 28% tax on my marijuana brownies, I'm not going to be able to buy as good munchies. I'm going to have to buy the store brand Market Basket like Doritos instead of like the Cool Ranches. And they're coming to this conclusion too. They figured out they were going to have this going to have marijuana was going to be regulated by the state treasurer Deb Goldberg, but the Solons figured out, hey, if Goldberg runs the pot, she'll get to hire the pot people. Why should she get to hire the pot people? So now they got this thing in the House bill. It's a pot commission. They're going to have a pot commission. And so the stoners, again, I give them credit. They've sobered up. They're figuring out, one of them goes, hey, like, the probation racket is like shut down, so they need another place to like dump all their pals and their nephews and their nieces, man. Yeah, like they can't put anybody over on like Massport anymore because like they got to worry about terrorism. So you actually got to you can't sleep on the job anymore. So they're gonna have like pot inspectors, man. And they're going to charge us for it, dude.
Will the pot inspectors just be ensuring the overall quality of the pot or just tax compliance?
Will they be testing it? You're going to need some testers, aren't you?
I think you are. I think you're going to need a whole office of testers.
Like Revere has, do they still have clam inspectors in the city of Revere? They're going to need weed inspectors. And not just in Revere. They're going to need 351 cities and towns are going to need weed inspectors here. And they can't believe that they've been stabbed in the back. They can't believe it's not on the level. David, you're next with Howie Carr talking about the pot bill before the legislature. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, so it just got defeated up here in Vermont, correct?
It did?
Yeah, it did. They voted on it, and it was vetoed by our governor up here. We've got a Republican governor, and he vetoed the bill. Yeah, so
Scott.
That's doing great.
Yeah.
Yes, Phil Scott. Yeah, a great guy, by the way. So, but I have to ask a couple of questions here. So one of them is, you're suggesting that Nana is drinking when she's slurring, and I'm not so sure.
No, I don't think. No, one of the callers was, David. I think there's something more neurological or something, or age related. I don't think it's booze.
You don't think it's weed?
You think it's weed?
I don't know, but she's the leader. She is the leader of the Democratic Party, and that's what they're going for, is that we need to be passing this bill. And so I'm thinking that maybe Nana is high, but I don't know. It's either one or the other. But the other thing that I want to talk to you about, Howie, is they've got the resistance message. It's resist, resist,
yes.
resist. And I see it all over the place over here. If that's their message, why don't we have a message of persist? Why isn't Trump running with that? And why aren't we as conservatives saying, no, the opposite of resist is persist. persist making America great. The persistence.
Well,
Join the
I think we haven't come up with the slogan, but I mean that's what they did in Georgia, right? I mean, Karen Handel persisted. I mean, she got 19% of the vote in the preliminary election, David. 19%, and she ended up with like 53%. That's real persistence, I think. And they had a huge Republican turnout. It blew away all estimates about what was going to take place.
603 says he'd like to volunteer to be a weed inspector. Well, 978 says they could find testers at the welfare office.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you want to be a weed inspector? You better make the check payable to your local salon. That's all I can say. Or you better be related to your local salon. Thanks for the call, David in Vermont. Another David, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, David.
Howie, all this tax stuff is really killing my buzz. This is really hurting between the ears, Howie. The 6 o'clock hour is supposed to be light.
I thought it was light. I'm enjoying myself. I don't really have a dog in this fight. If they want to raise it to 48%, it's not going to affect me. I'm sorry they got screwed. But again, shouldn't they have been able to see this coming, David?
Well, they would have if they weren't stoned at the time that it happened.
Exactly. But, being stoned is no excuse. It's like ignorance of the law is no excuse. They just didn't see this. They didn't see it coming, and they're so angry about it. Like on the websites, one guy said, "I hope my congressman voted against raising the taxes." Oh, good. There's a concerned citizen. But his congressman.
I mean, Howie, they had no idea that they were getting totally fleeced. I mean, this is the Massachusetts state legislature. This is like using the word Gambino and not knowing that you're dealing with organized crime.
Right. And now it's just a question. They're just deciding how bad they're going to screw them. The House says, "Let's really put it to these stoners," and the Senate's saying, "Well, let's not go totally overboard. We'll get it. We'll do it to them very slowly." Thanks for the call, David. So I went back and I was with the guys from CLT, and we're trying to go back and we're trying to figure out how they screw you on these initiative petitions. They hate initiative petitions to begin with. There's only one time they've ever been for an initiative petition, Steve. That was in 1990. They tried to repeal all the Dukakis era tax increases, and they came up with a good slogan: "The hacks for once it goes too far," and they won. And you know what that became when they won? Settled law. We can't tinker with the will of the people. But let's go back, okay? This is a trip down memory lane. A lot of people aren't even going to be born when some of this stuff started. 1982, the death penalty. Thumbs up by the electorate. Overwhelming vote. Do we have a death penalty in this state? No, we don't. 1986. They passed a seatbelt law. The guy who used to sit in this chair where I am, Jerry Williams, fought the seatbelt law. The seatbelt law was repealed in 1986. Do we have a seatbelt law in this state now? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Just goes on and on.
Maybe it's time for a referendum that would force lawmakers to enforce referenda.
That would be good. The legislative pay rate, legislative term limits, that was a great one. I've forgotten all about this one with Chip Ford. They said we're going to have a constitutional amendment to have legislative term limits. And then so they took it to court, and the Supreme Judicial Court, which gets all of its budget from the legislature, said you can't do it through a constitutional amendment. You have to do it through an initiative petition, a law, a statutory law. So they went back and they put that on the ballot with a statutory law. And of course, it was passed overwhelmingly to have term limits in the legislature. So Senate President Bulger then went before the SJC and said, I want this overturned, the term limits. And you know what the SJC said? They said you can't. This is not legal. You can only pass term limits through a constitutional amendment. So at that point, guess what happened? They gave up. Then remember charitable deductions? You can write charitable deduction because we approved that in the 2000 general election. We approved charitable deduction write-off on your state income tax. It was in effect for about a year before it was repealed. That was the same year we voted by a 60-40 margin in the state to push the state income tax, which had been raised, quote unquote, temporarily 11 years earlier, back to 5%. 17 years later, the state tax rate is still not 5%. I'm going to go on with this when we come back. If you want to talk about this, and if you're a stoner and you feel like you've been betrayed, feel free to call in if you can remember the number through the break. 844-500-4242. I'm Howie Carr.
Don't move. Howie Carr is back next.
Are you sick and tired of waking up during the night to go? Those constant interruptions during the day? A common problem for men of a certain age. Well, after a few months of taking Prostate Revive, this is no longer an issue for me, and it doesn't have to be for you either. This all-natural formula created by renowned holistic physician Dr. David Brownstein was formulated to target those uncomfortable issues related to prostate health. I'm proof that all-natural Prostate Revive takes care of my prostate issues. I'm sleeping restfully through the night, and everyone knows that a great night's sleep is critical to a productive day. Prostate Revive works for me, and I know it can work for you too. The people at Prostate Revive are offering my listeners a special deal to try Prostate Revive. That's right, my listeners can get a 30-day supply risk-free. Just pay $4.95 to cover shipping and handling. So do what I did. Revive your prostate with Prostate Revive. Call 1-800-300-2700. 1-800-300-2700. That's 1-800-300-2700. Or go to revive411.com. That's revive411.com.
Hey, listen up. This is the most important 30 seconds of your day. More than 50,000 veterans are homeless right now. Brave men and women who served our country are sleeping on the streets. Luckily, there's one New England organization who is giving these vets a second chance. Welcome to the DV Farm, operated by vets for vets. The DV Farm in southwestern New Hampshire provides housing for homeless veterans and the rehab and support they need to reintegrate back into civilian life. Learn more and find out how you can support the DV Farm at dvfarm.org. That's dvfarm.org.
Grace here with a question for you. Have you done anything exciting lately? No? Well, it's time to change that. With a scenic helicopter tour around New Hampshire's seacoast, experience the exhilaration of flying in a helicopter while seeing some of New England's greatest attractions, including lighthouses, beaches, marinas, farmland, and lakes. Seacoast Helicopters has a fleet of brand new, state-of-the-art helicopters and is ready to take you and your family into the clear blue skies. Do something exciting, something you'll talk about all year. A helicopter tour with Seacoast Helicopters, the official helicopter tour company of the Howie Carr Show. Find out more and book a tour at flywithhowie.com. That's flywithhowie.com. flywithhowie.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
In the center of the stage tonight, businessman Donald Trump.
I would never give up my microphone. I thought that was disgusting. That showed such weakness. The way he was taken away by two young women. The microphone, they just took the whole place over. That will never happen with me. I don't know if I'll do the fighting myself or if other people will. But that was a disgrace. The way I felt badly for him.
You're not supposed to say that somebody graduated last or second to last in their class, because you're supposed to be, like Frank says, very nice. Folks, I want to make America great again. We want to get down to brass tacks. We don't want to listen to his stuff with being politically correct and everything has... We have a lot of work to do.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lawrence Carr, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarrshow.com. Click store. HowieCarrshow.com. Click store.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website, GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
Have you seen Howie's latest t-shirts and sweatshirts? Grab one now at HowieCarrshow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is brought to you by Subaru of New England, featuring the symmetrical all-wheel drive Subaru Crosstrek, built to accompany you on your summertime travels. Summer love, it's what makes a Subaru. Learn more at SubaruofNewEngland.com. And 508 says, Howie, remember when the people were supposed to have a ballot vote on gay marriage and the legislature denied us that? Yeah, in that case, we actually went out and got like 80,000 signatures or whatever it was. I mean, it's not easy to get signatures, as anyone knows who's ever tried to do it. So we went out and got it, and they wouldn't even have a vote in the legislature. All they had to do was have a vote, an up or down roll call vote, and they didn't do it. So there was no vote on gay marriage. Sometimes when they're really concerned about something, they don't even let you have a vote, so they can just throw it out, like they did with the pay raises this year. There was going to be a vote on that. That was definitely going to a ballot question. So what they did to stop the voters, us, from having a vote on their 40% pay raises was to attach their pay raises to judicial pay raises. The Constitution, for some weird reason, says you can't put judicial pay raises to a vote, probably because judges insisted on it. So they attached their pay raises to the judges' pay raises, and they're gonna end up giving more money to judges and court clerks and magistrates than they're giving to themselves. And by the way, the judges are getting another pay raise. The judges got a pay raise in January after getting a pay raise in 2013, and now they're going to get another pay raise in July, and then they're going to get another pay raise in January, and then they're going to get another pay raise in July. And it was all done to prevent us from having a vote on legislative pay raises. This is just obscene what's going on up there. And the problem is that, I don't think that, Mass Fiscal can get, it's too complicated to get out to people. And the fact that in their poll, only 46 or 44% of the people in the state are very familiar with the pay raises. And again, look at what's happening with this pot thing. Stipulated, pot smokers are not exactly, the most civic-minded people in the world. They're not like studying the PD-43s, the election returns that are put out by the Secretary of State or anything like that. But you would think that they wouldn't be caught so totally flat-footed on what has happened to them. They're like they got this deer in the headlight look, judging from the message boards and the social media. They thought it was on the level. I mean, it would take a heart of stone not to laugh here. They're shocked that they've been screwed like this. And they did, at least it went on in a long debate, but ultimately the vote was right, as it always is. The vote in the House, I don't know what it is. I don't know if they voted in the Senate yet. They're still going around and around in the Senate. But in the legislature, all the votes are always about 130 to 30. And this was the same thing. It was like 128 to 25. And I don't even know how it broke down. I didn't even look at the roll call vote. What's the point? They're going to do what they want. And nobody's going to do anything about it. And this pot commission, I mean, what a scam. What did they run out of hack slots on the Department of Conservation and Recreation? And Beaver State Finian said, all the daughters of the legislators are going to be pot inspectors. They're going to suddenly these women are going to be very very good marriage candidates because they're going to have a hack job for life. And then
wait, hold on a second. You think having a hack job is what makes you a good marriage candidate nowadays?
Yes. I mean, if you're a millennial, if you're a birdie bro, and you're lying on your couch, and all of a sudden someone's going to be a pot inspector.
So the pension down the line is like a deferred dowry.
Yeah, the pension down the line, the health insurance, and plus, look at the bennies. You don't think there's going to be, like when people worked in the counting rooms at the MBTA, every night they came home with their pockets full of quarters. You think there's going to be a lot more weed walking out the door of the Massachusetts Cannabis Commission? I believe it is. We'll keep an eye on this one before it goes to the Joint Committee for the bills to be hashed out, and then we can get some higher taxes. I'm Howie Carr.
And now,
many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but are they really? Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance keeps you informed by posting the voting records of our elected officials. You can log on to our website at massfiscal.org. Click Scorecard to see how your legislator is voting on Beacon Hill. And while you're there, make a donation. And be sure to join our email list so you can stay up to date with the latest information on what's happening at the State House with Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, I'm Howie Carr, and I'm here with Rick Green of the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Wow, Mass Fiscal is really driving the Moonbats crazy.
Who knew putting voting records online would be so controversial? Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but they sure don't vote that way.
Your group is just what this state needs. How can the listeners help you guys?
Just have them visit our website at www.massfiscal.org. They can join our email list and donate if they like. And of course, make sure they check out our scorecard to see how their legislators voted.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Rick Green, Chairman.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap. But did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
we could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
So the Mexican government is not happy with me, to put it mildly. And again, I respect Mexico, but their leaders are too smart for our leaders because we have stupid leaders, okay? You mean it's not politically correct and yet everybody uses it? So you know what? Give me a different term. Give me a different term. What else would you like to say? Oh, you want me to say that? Okay, I said, no, I'll use the word anchor baby. Excuse me. I'll use the word anchor baby. They dunk people with a cage. Did you see that? They dunk them and drown them. These people make Saddam Hussein look like a choir boy.
I know Anthony Weiner for a long time. I knew before they caught him with the bing, 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 right? And he was a bad guy then. It turned out that he was a really bad guy.
I beat the people from China. I win against China. You can win against China if you're smart. But our people don't have a clue.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap. But did you know? Some companies take shortcuts. At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online.
Better strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
It's just a question. I'm not insinuating anything. By the way, this is going to be in the press. It'll be horrible. But I like that you're all a part of it. When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
Live from an undisclosed location.
Bill Montag was talking about U.S. Representative Steve Scalise after he was shot practicing for the congressional baseball game.
I'm glad he got shot. Dude, I'm not going to say that in public.
Well, then what are you saying it to us for?
Say something. Say something.
What are you telling us for?
I wish he was dead.
Unchained and unstoppable.
But when he found out that that there may be tapes out there, whether it's governmental tapes or anything else, and who knows, I think his story may have changed. I mean, you'll have to take a look at that, because then he has to tell what actually took place at the events. And my story didn't change. My story was always a straight story. My story was always the truth.
Who's your captain? Howie Carr.
Can you elaborate more on what the DHS's connection with the DNC was, or consultation with the DNC was, after you became aware of the hacking and they became aware of the hacking, as to what was offered them, what they accepted? Was there any level of cooperation at all?
To my disappointment, not to my knowledge, sir.
You put out a statement afterward basically saying that Jay Johnson was wrong. Where is he wrong?
He's wrong in every respect.
Secretary Johnson says the DNC rebuffed the help that they offered. You're saying that no one ever contacted you.
Respectfully, Secretary Johnson is utterly misinformed. That is simply not accurate.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
Don't you love it when they're attacking each other? It's like the Iran-Iraq war. Isn't there some way they can both lose? It's marvelous. Jay Johnson and Debbie Blabbermouth Schultz attacking each other's credibility. 844-500-4242, 844-500-4242. That is the toll-free number of the Howie Carr Show. We have another great show planned for you today, I hope, knock on wood. And I should be on Tucker Carlson this evening, and just found out about it. It's one of those last...
This is so incredibly significant.
It is. It's significant for me. Significant for me. I just want to make sure they get a picture of Kennedy Babylon up before they introduce me. That's all. That's the most important thing of all. The second most important thing is my hair combed. The third most important thing is my tie straight. Everything else...
No and no.
Everything else is extraneous and doesn't really matter. You know, as long as they get the picture up, as long as I have the cowlick down. I don't, the cowlick on the Howie Cam, the cowlick on Newsmax, I can deal with it. But when I'm on Fox, that's Broadway, baby.
You gonna have Grace do your makeup before you go over to the studio?
No. Well, the last time I was over there at the studio, I was in the second green room, and this woman came to the door, and I thought, they sent a makeup lady over, and it turned out it was the former Democratic candidate for governor here. In 2014, she was introducing herself to me. I just forgotten. I'm sorry. I know that's a misogynist, sexist thing that I said, but I thought she was the makeup gal.
I could do your makeup. I have all my products with me, including a new eyebrow pencil I just bought.
Well, maybe you should do you have time to do it at like 7 o'clock tonight?
Yeah, well, we can do it during one of the little breaks. We don't have to do it right at 7 o'clock.
Okay, we can do it at 6 o'clock. And
So
people
what are
can
you going to
watch
do
it
for
on the Howie
contouring?
Cam.
What are you going to do for contouring? Can you draw out his cheekbones?
No, I think you need like a little blush and a little just powder to take away the shine, and maybe a little eyebrow arch, because you know I'm really good at that.
Do you have any hairspray to knock down the cowlick in the back?
No, but I think we have some like Windex in the kitchen.
Okay, that'll do.
We could use some peanut butter.
I don't know about that. Okay, 919. How can Jay Johnson be misinformed? He was one of the investigators. Yeah, you would think so, wouldn't you? Yes. 2254 says pants. You know what?
You're never going to live that down.
I'm glad you brought that up, though, because I was considering this morning. I got my daughter Carolyn gave me a new pair of Madras, those Madras patch pants, which used to be very expensive in my youth, but now you can get them for $10 at one of the outlet stores at the Assembly Square Mall in Somerville. And she gave me those for Father's Day, and I was thinking about wearing them. I'm glad I didn't now. Not that anyone would see it, because I'm sitting at the desk. But I'm not wearing. I'm wearing pants today. Thanks for everyone who's asked. Thanks for
in response to the questions about when you're going to be on, right at 8, you're going to be as leadoff guest.
Oh, all right, baby.
And I decided we'll do your makeup on camera today, and that way people can watch me put your makeup on the Howie Cam.
Oh, great. We'll do that in the last segment of the show?
Yeah, I just made an executive decision.
Okay, that sounds good. That sounds very good. This is the first time we've done any of this kind of work since I had a haircut done for cheap bastards deal on camera. All right, 844-500-4242. To my way of thinking, the most heartwarming news today, and again, these days there's always good news, but the best news is they are going to investigate Loretta Lynch. I'm sure that the R word will quickly be bandied about if it already isn't being bandied about. But James Comey set up his fellow traveler, didn't he, when he talked about how she told him to declare that the investigation was a matter. And so now they're going to ask about that. And I hope some senator, like Rand Paul could do this because he was just reelected, right? I mean, so somebody who doesn't have to worry about the slings and arrows of outrageous MSNBC commentary could do this. They could just say, Ms. Lynch, Mrs. Lynch, whatever, you've said publicly that you and Bill Clinton on the tarmac at the Phoenix airport discussed your grandchildren. I Googled you. You don't have any grandchildren. What up with that? You think she'll be asked about that? And by the way, the House is now going to interview John Podesta. One of the House committees is going to conduct an interview with John Podesta. The first question for him is, Mr. Podesta, what's your password? You can trust me, I'm not like the others. This isn't a fishing expedition. We just want to know. That's all. This is just, it really is. It's becoming, this Russian thing is becoming more and more absurd. I mean, you just when you think it can't get any more absurd, the Washington Post comes out today with this thing. It's 36 pages long. Steve printed it up for me. It almost broke the printer.
A lot of trees had to die so you could get that in print.
I'm gonna have to buy, and we couldn't even staple it. We're gonna need if the Washington Post keeps writing this story, we're gonna need one of these industrial strength staplers. We're used to like stapling 2-3 pages. It's 36 pages long. Obama's secret struggle to punish Russia for Putin's election assault. And buried on page 25 is the lead. Page 25. I can't even go into the paragraphs because despite the dire warnings, there were no meltdowns in the United States' voting infrastructure on November 8th. No evidence of hacking-related fraud, crashing of electronic ballots, or manipulation of vote counts. At that point, doesn't the city editor or the national editor or the executive editor say, hey, can we boil this down to 800 words then?
You might think that, but what they said instead was, hey, can we also do a 10-minute video to accompany this story?
A 10-minute video?
Yes.
I'm just going to read you some of this stuff. You know, it's a serious piece of journalism because they said the Washington Post has not reported some of the details because they're so darn secret. That's why we've only done 36 pages because we've been holding back. And they also used the D word, dossier.
Didn't they essentially...
So it must be serious if they use the word dossier. It must be very secret.
In the first couple of paragraphs, don't they point out that the information is coming from a spy in the Kremlin? That seems like it's a pretty secret thing.
It carried eyes-only instructions. Inside was an intelligence bombshell, a report drawn from sourcing deep within the Russian government to defeat or at least damage the Democrat nominee Hillary Clinton and help elect her opponent Donald Trump. Who's believing? I mean, really, seriously, who is believing this? The story falls apart in the third paragraph when they say Putin wanted to elect Donald Trump. Okay, let me read. Usually I just highlight this stuff. It's more difficult when you have 30. I'll just read you some of the pullouts that I highlighted to show you how serious this story is. True foreboding. So sensitive. To guard against leaks. Secretly debated. Secretly, again that word. Dozens of options. In political terms, Russia's interference was the crime of the century. The crime of the century. And again, let's go back to page 25. Despite the dire warnings, there were no meltdowns in the United States. It's kind of like saying it was the bank robbery of the century. The bank robber tried to open the door and then realized it was Sunday. And he went back to his car and drove away. But it was the crime of the century. The spectacle has obscured the magnitude of Russia's attempt to hijack a precious and now vulnerable seeming American democratic electoral process.
Is there anything in there about the Vermont Electrical Company?
But what's with the apocalyptic words when they say there's nothing happened? How can it be the magnitude? How could it be so the crime of the century if nothing happened? The intelligence on Putin was extraordinary on multiple levels, including as a feat of espionage. Wow. Putin is a remarkably elusive target. He takes extreme precautions to guard against surveillance. This is after they've told us they already got inside his. Nothing makes any sense. Winston Churchill had a famous saying. He said, "This pudding has no theme." This story has no theme. It's just these random collection of apocalyptic adjectives and verbs, and thrown together, you're supposed to think something happened, and nothing happened.
I'm starting to think that Ben Rhodes was a major source for this story.
Yeah, it's like, here, think of this. It's like if you had a movie, if you were making a movie, and you said all we need is some really scary Freddy Krueger music, and we'll just put it in. And then you say, and then you have a guy. He's going to the coffee pot. And he pours himself a cup of coffee, and then he walks back out on the porch. It's summer, and he sits down on a chair and starts reading a newspaper. And you've got this apocalyptic Freddy Krueger music, and that doesn't make it a horror movie. Okay. Just because you say apocalyptic and crime of the century and magnitude and dossier, it doesn't mean it's a spy thriller. This story is crap. Okay, well, I'll read you some more of this. It's fun stuff if you want to get in on this. Well, Ken's Place, this hour of the Howie Carr Show is brought to you in part by Ken's Place in Scarborough, Maine. Stop by today and have some of my favorites, the world-famous batter-dipped fried clams. And when you go to Ken's Place, you can also pick up an autographed copy of Kennedy Babylon. I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show.
So you went to dinner last night.
What the Yes on One campaign represents is people coming together and fighting back against the politicians that have failed them. Now I'm calling on the people to unite and take on an even greater fight. We have a senior senator that seems to be more interested in promoting herself than working for the people of Massachusetts. And if I decide to make this run for the United States Senate, I promise you this. you'll have somebody who will work every day, will not write a book, will be doing everything I can to make sure that I represent your interests. I listen to you. I take that down to Washington, D.C., and I don't crumble when Republicans or Democrats put pressure on me, because I haven't done it on Beacon Hill, and I promise I won't do it in Washington, D.C.
Visit them online at dowhathowiedid.com. That's dowhathowiedid.com.
DoWhatHowieDid.com. DoWhatHowieDid.com.
Are you looking for a pre-owned car? Well, before you go to the dealership where you'll be pounced on by pushy salespeople, give the Car Guys a try. I'm Bill Papa George, and my job is to make finding the perfect used car as easy as possible. That means I do all of the tough legwork for you. Once I figure out what you want out of a car, I go find it. I've been in this business for a long time, and I know what to look out for. I won't bring you a car unless I know it will meet or exceed your expectations. So give me a call at 800-300-4600. That is 800-300-4600.
Are you a veteran? Or maybe you consider yourself a dysfunctional veteran. Good news, there's a store just for you. It's called the Dysfunctional Veteran Store, with t-shirts and sweatshirts that get the message across loud and clear, like this black t-shirt that says boldly across the front, Dysfunctional Veteran, leave me alone. And then there's the t-shirt that takes a major dig at the VA. It says, the VA, giving veterans a second chance to die for their country since 1930. How'd you like to wear that around? Are you a dysfunctional veteran? Shop the Dysfunctional Veteran Store at mydvstore.com. That's mydvstore.com. We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And the poll just came out, and I'm tied with Jeb Bush. And I said, oh, that's too bad. How can I be tied with this guy? He's terrible. He's terrible. So Uma is getting classified secrets. She's married to Anthony Weiner, who's a perv. No, he is.
I beat the people from China. I win against China. You can win against China if you're smart. But our people don't have a clue.
And then the next day, he'll be called by special interests that supported him, his lobbyists who push him around like a piece of candy.
We have heads being chopped off because they're Christian in the Middle East. We have borders where people are being killed all of. The world is cracking up, and they're worried about my tone.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain, and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone, and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com, or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221. You'll feel better with more energy. Call 877-882-7221 or go to the website angioprim.com.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website, GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
Traveling around New England? Wherever you go, Howie's there. Find Howie's list of stations at HowieCarrShow.com. Now, back to Howie Carr.
844-500-4242. Today's poll question is brought to you by the Parker Store. Some trucking companies and general contractors keep your light to heavy hydraulic equipment running with the Parker Store. The Parker Store will replace your broken hydraulic hose assembly while you wait. Visit theparkerstore.com. That's theparkerstore.com. Steve, what's the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Who are you more likely to trust? Former DNC Chair Debbie Wasserman Schultz or former Obama Department of Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson?
Since Jay Johnson is more embarrassing to the deep state right now than Debbie Wasserman Blabbermouth Schultz, I'm going with Jay.
Yeah, 86 are Team Jay.
All right. We're going to take some calls. I just want to read you a couple more things here. And again, I've got 36 pages to get through. I can just keep going through this for the rest of the afternoon as we go by. Okay, I'm up to about like page 20 here. The Washington Post is withholding some details of the intelligence at the request of the U.S. government. That's why it's only 36 pages long. Okay, because they're so patriotic. Officials described the president's reaction as grave. Obama was deeply concerned and wanted as much information as fast as possible. Then he departed for his August vacation on Martha's Vineyard. So obviously it was a national emergency, right? He departed for his vacation immediately. Brennan convened a secret task force at CIA headquarters. The unit functioned as a sealed compartment. Oh, it must be. It was a sealed compartment, not just a regular compartment. It was a sealed compartment.
Shouldn't any task force at the CIA be secret?
Should be. Sealed compartment. Lee, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications Sealed Compartment listener line. Go ahead, Lee.
I don't know if I want to talk. I'm not in a sealed compartment. Howie, I don't know why you don't do like everybody else and put your makeup on while you're driving over there.
I'm gonna let Grace handle it tonight. She's probably better at makeup than I am. When I was working in local TV news, I had my own makeup that I carried around with me at all times. You know, I learned that. You know who I learned that from, Lee? John Forbes Live Shot Carey. He's the one. He's the first person. He's the first male I ever saw who was walking around with makeup on. And I asked him, what's that all about? And he said, I have a cold. Oh, I have a cold, you know. That's all.
I can't wait to see you in your bib.
Thank you.
On live again.
I don't know if we have a bib. We may have to do. We may just have to. I may just have to take off my sweatshirt that I'm wearing now and wrap it around my neck. So you're gonna be
shirtless in the studio while Grace applies makeup?
No, I have an undershirt on underneath. I have plenty of shirts here. I have plenty of. I just don't have I'm short of makeup. That's all, and hairspray. Thanks for the call, Lee. Jerry, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Jerry. You there, Jerry? You there, Jerry?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Except my name is Gary, but
Gary, sorry.
I didn't know if you were talking to me.
Sorry.
Listen, I just wanted to tell you, I don't know if you know that it's been on for like 4 weeks now. At 10:30 Saturday morning on Turner Classic Movies.
Boston Blackie movie. Boston, you know it? I did know it, but Gary, the last few weeks I've been out on my Market Basket tour, and I haven't been able to see it. So,
but you could DVR it. I was wondering if you could DVR it.
You know what? Most of those movies you can get on YouTube anyway. They're posted already on YouTube. But what's the movie tomorrow? They got one tomorrow? Because I'm off tomorrow. Yeah. What do they got?
Yeah, tomorrow, 10:30. Something. I forget the name of it. Midnight, Boston Black at Midnight or something.
Boston Black. Yeah, but Midnight. Yeah, I know which. Okay. Thanks for reminding me, Gary. I will be watching Boston Blackie tomorrow at 10:30. Turner Classic Movies. Talk about must-see TV. I'm Howie Carr.
And now, 60 seconds of liberals freaking out over the election of Donald J. Trump.
You're awake, by the way. you're not having a terrible, terrible dream. Also, you're not dead and you haven't gone to hell. This is your life now. This is our election now. This is us. This is our country.
This is a different Earth today than it was 24 hours ago. It's a different place. It just is different.
The woman who President Obama called the most qualified person ever to run for the White House couldn't break through. The question remains, who can?
Deeper concerns tonight that the world's shining light of democracy has gone dark.
Decency lost last night, and that's what's so hurtful about this.
This was a white lash. This was a white lash against a changing country. It was a white lash against a black president in part. And that's the part where the pain comes.
How do we explain how this is possible?
How did this happen?
Trump derangement syndrome. It's a real thing, folks.
Hi, this is Andrea from Ever So Humble Pie Company in East Walpole. Well, it's that time of year when comfort food is king. And now, in addition to our delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here. Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days of the Kennedy clan's rabidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Now shipping. Order today at HowieCarrShow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
It's great to be here with 1,000 wonderful people, or as I call it, a small, intimate dinner with some friends. Or as Hillary calls it, her largest crowd of the season. I have no doubt that Hillary is going to laugh quite a bit tonight. Sometimes even at an appropriate moment. You know, last night I called Hillary a nasty woman. But this stuff is all relative. After listening to Hillary rattle on and on and on, I don't think so badly of Rosie O'Donnell anymore.
This is the Howie Carr Show. Grace Curley is giving you her take on the news of the day. Read Grace's latest column at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by Liquor and More, now with 6 locations in Plymouth, Bourne, Dennis, Wellfleet, Yarmouth, and Orleans. Liquor and More, a proud supporter of life's memorable moments. Just got some bad news. I've been scrubbed from the Tucker Carlson show tonight. That's showbiz, folks. That's the way it goes. They're going to reschedule me for next week. So, sorry, Grace.
No, we're still doing it. You promised.
Grace, Steve's leaving early tonight. So Grace is going to take over the board at 6. So we were, before Police Blotter Facts Friday, we were going to have the makeup on the Howie cam done. But Grace, I don't like wearing makeup, believe it or not. I know, despite what everybody's texting in to the show, I don't like makeup. It's yucky. So I'm not gonna do
very fake news.
I'm not gonna have any makeup tonight.
Are you sure you don't want just a little powder? It's Friday. That's like the best day to wear makeup. You can go right from here
to the whiskey priest.
Yeah, somewhere fun.
No, I'm not. I don't need to go to the whiskey priest or anywhere or Foley's or anywhere. I'm just going to go home and be sad that I'm not on Tucker Carlson tonight.
Fine. Well, next week I'm going to bring double the makeup.
Okay. Well, they said that I'm going to be on next week, so you can give me do my makeup next week when I'm on. I'm sorry for getting everybody excited. By the way, the Boston Blackie movie tomorrow on Turner Classic Movies is after midnight with Boston Blackie. It sounds like an exciting screen gem. All right. Somebody else wants to know, are you going to discuss James Comey being seen at the New York Times yesterday? Well, it turns out that's fake news, apparently.
He was just there in that same building for a fundraiser. It wasn't like he was going into an editorial meeting or being interviewed by...
Oh, so he was at the New York Times?
Yes, he was at the building, but he was there for a fundraiser. The original story in the Daily Mail was that he was like meeting with reporters from the New York Times.
Usually he just calls Professor Richmond and gives them the stuff to feed.
Got to have your buffers.
Michael Schmidt. I call it a cutout because I'm a spy. You know, like these people in the Washington Post story. By the way, there was a theory that was posited on the internet today that he was actually. There's a story in the New York Post today saying that. They've been talking about how great the New York Times is doing since the election, and they've got all these digital subscribers to make up for the fact that they have no more advertising and no more print subscribers. Well, it's going so swimmingly at the New York Times that they've decided to lay off 100 copy editors. And now they're going to have to lay off reporters. And that raises the question, who knew they had reporters at the New York Times? That would mean they're actually going out and getting the news as opposed to just making it up as very fake news, as Donald Trump says. So one theory that was on the internet today was that James Comey, since now we know he was leaking to the New York Times, that he had actually been laid off in this latest round of layoffs at the paper of record, and that he was going to get his severance check and his pink slip personally. He was wearing sunglasses too, by the way, as he walked into the building. Mike, you're next on the Howie Carr and the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Mike.
Howdy, Captain. I read the Washington Post article, and I've kind of figured out what the whole point of it was. They wanted to mention the words Putin, Trump, election as many times as they could, so now CNN can go 24/7 for the next 7 weeks with their panel shows. My goodness.
And not to mention dossier. Mike, don't forget the word dossier. Yeah.
No collaboration, no obstruction. He's a leaker. That's all they have.
Right. It's just this story's crazy. I don't even know how CNN can run with this. There's just nothing here. And here's another part. Here's another thing in the story. Moscow's meddling to that point was seen as deeply concerning, but unlikely to materially affect the outcome of the election. Okay. So again, what's the story all about? What's the story about? So Jay Johnson decides that he wants to take over all the state election systems, and quote, he ran into a wall of resistance. The reaction from state officials ranged from neutral to negative. I wonder why that would be, Steve. You know, I mean, given the fact that the Internal Revenue Service has been operated so much on the up and up, and you know what a smash up job the federal government had done, a very honest and ethical and moral job, not to mention well intentioned with Fast and Furious, for instance. Why would any Republican, especially, or even Democrats, be concerned about having the federal government under the Obama regime take over the federal elections? Brian Kemp, the Republican Secretary of State in Georgia, used the call from Johnson to denounce him for his assault on states' rights. Kemp says he remains unconvinced that Russia waged a campaign to disrupt the 2016 race. I don't necessarily believe that, he said. Nor do I. Nor do a majority of Americans, I would say. But anyway, let's go back to the secret stuff. The next meeting is convened in the Situation Room. I think we need some music. The Situation Room is actually a complex of secure spaces in the basement level of the West Wing. A video feed from the main room courses through some National Security Council offices, allowing senior aides, same thing, sitting at their desks to see, but not hear, when meetings are underway. As the Russia-related sessions with cabinet members began in August, the video feed was shut off. The last time that had happened on a sustained basis, officials said, was in the spring of 2011 when, during the run-up to the U.S. Special Operations raid on bin Laden's compound in Pakistan. The blacked-out screens were seen as an ominous signal among lower-level White House officials who were largely kept in the dark about the Russia deliberations, even as they were tasked with generating options for retaliation against Moscow. Oh my God! Stop the... But oddly, there was no sense of urgency. The assumption that Clinton would win contributed to the lack of urgency. Well, why did I just have to read those last 3 paragraphs if there was no sense of urgency? Okay, get it up. Put the music back up again. A month later, Obama confronted Putin directly during a meeting of world leaders in China, accompanied only by interpreters. Obama told Putin that we know what he was doing and he better stop it or else.
Hey, Vladimir, cut it out. Stop it.
Please. Pretty please with a cherry on top. Don't do this anymore. Bill, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line.
Thank you for taking my call, Mr. Carr, as always. You brought up TCM, so this is something that's been bothering me. I think it's an offshoot of Trump derangement syndrome. Any of those of you out there familiar with the Kane mutiny, I think that the moonbats are suffering from Captain Queek syndrome. Looking for things that don't exist. It's the strawberry thing from the Kane mutiny, and I wanted to put that out there. I just want to grab Schumer by the lapels and say, "Hey, Tucky, the mess boys hate the strawberries. There is no key."
You know what? We could have played underneath instead of the spooky music. We could have played just Humphrey Bogart saying "strawberries, strawberries, strawberries" over and over again.
And it doesn't help us, Howie, that if you stare at Nancy Pelosi long enough, she looks like Humphrey Bogart. It's kind of messing the whole thing up there. So
you're not being really fair to Humphrey Bogart, are you, there, Bill? Come on.
That's true. That's true. Maybe Van Johnson. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe I'm not. But another quick question, if I can, now, and this is something that I want to try to tap your Kennedy database knowledge here. If we took the Kennedy brothers and dropped them into this moonbat soup we have now,
yes,
do you think that anybody might be suffering from Kennedy derangement syndrome? Would they be going after the brothers?
Bill, I have said this. I have said this before. I mean, just think about the long twilight struggle. We to preserve the freedom of the world. Remember in his inaugural speech in 1961, "Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country." The Democrat motto now is, "Ask not what you can do for your country, ask what your country can do for yourself." Bill, I think to get on the ballot in Massachusetts as a Democrat, you have to get 15% of the delegates' votes at the state convention in the election year, the primary election year. I don't think JFK could get 15% of the vote at a Democratic convention. He couldn't. You're absolutely correct.
And my thing is, I can see those. I call her Rachel Madcow because clearly she's diseased. And, the girls on The View going after Marilyn Monroe for the whole happy birthday, Mr. President thing, which you kind of jogged my memory yesterday and gave me some bad images about, you and Senator Warren and Marilyn Monroe. So thank you for that one. But, and the other thing I wanted to ask you, Howie, is that wouldn't you love to know that when Twitter was back then, Wouldn't you love to see Sam Giancana or Frank Sinatra's Twitter feed during the 60 election? That would have been mind-blowing, I think.
Yeah. So so when he got pulled over by the FBI at O'Hare Airport, he's screaming at Bill Romer, "I'm going to tell about the super boss someday." Instead of just screaming at Romer in some room at O'Hare Airport, he's tweeting out, "Phyllis and I are going to tell everything about the super boss. Just you wait. FBI harassing me after I got that bum elected. Sad!" Exclamation point. You're absolutely right, Bill. I hadn't even thought of that. I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show continues next.
June has arrived.
We here at Matthews Brothers are still learning about this whole social media thing. After all, we're 163 years old and just barely got used to videotapes. One thing we've learned is, while being followed walking down the street is not necessarily a good thing, being followed on Facebook is. At least we think it must be, since the two top Facebook pages are Facebook and Facebook for Phones. Anyway, for no particular reason, we decided this year we're going to increase the number of people who follow us on Facebook. And not just anybody. No, sir. We want people just like you. Now, you might be saying, Matthews Brothers, why me? I'm not a builder, remodeler, architect, or typical homeowner considering purchasing windows in the next 6 months to 1 year. Why should I follow you? Good question. Because by following us, you just may win one of 10 fishing trips aboard the fishing vessel Hard Merchandise with Captain Dave Marciano. That's why. Boom! You can learn all the details, but only
Outback has the power and traction to get you to and from your most ambitious summer adventures. This summer, drive away in a well-equipped Subaru Outback for only $25,645 with 0% financing, or lease an Outback for just $249 a month. For complete details and a list of Subaru retailers, visit SubaruofNewEngland.com. Don't miss the Subaru Summer All-Wheel Drive Away.
I received a call from Perfect Smiles that one of my listeners visited them and asked, "Why doesn't Howie get his teeth cleaned here?" When I was told about this, I was shocked. I've known Dr. Houghton of Nashua, New Hampshire for over 15 years, and I never knew they did routine cleanings. I always thought of Perfect Smiles as the place to go for high-end dentistry. After all, they transformed my smile. But now I've just made my first appointment with their hygienist. So whether you need a cleaning, filling, root canal, or new smile, call Perfect Smiles at 1-844-A-PERFECT-SMILE or find them at perfectsmiles.com. Don't be fooled by imposters. You want Dr. Houghton of perfectsmiles.com.
And now one of Howie's biggest fans.
Some of the hats were crocheted, you ignorant Republican. It's pronounced creme de la creme, you stupid Republican. He's 12 years older than me. I wish he'd learn how to speak English. He's 12 years older than I, because you would say he's 12 years older than I am. You wouldn't say he's 12 years older than me am. I wish you would learn English. Go to Mexico, learn English, then climb over this wall that's not going to be built and paid for. Bye. Have you tried the Donald Trump sandwich yet? It's bologna with Russian dressing, a tiny pickle on white. Do you really think everyone of voting age has a driver's license? That shows what an idiot you are. Do you think somebody 97 who wants to vote has a driver's license? You're an idiot. You're the biggest idiot.
Hey there, quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to nature'syouth.com. That's nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numana, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numana are known for high-quality, great-tasting, GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
Howie is saving you 50% off your favorite products and services. Howie's Cheap Bastard Deal. Thursdays at 3:30. Get to HowieCarrShow.com. Click deals. Now, back to Howie Carr.
(844-500-4242). That's the toll-free number of the Howie Carr Show. Let me read you a little bit more. Now, one of the funnier parts of this this tome that the Washington Post has produced is it makes John Kerry look like a buffoon.
I mean, that's not really an accomplishment.
No, but it's amusing. You know, it's one of those things. It's like you tune in, you're watching TV, and suddenly there's a Three Stooges you've never seen before, and you're happy. You know what's going to happen, but you've never seen it before. So these are some new. In October, we don't need this spooky music on this one. In October, Kerry's top aides produced an action memo that included a package of retaliatory measures, including economic sanctions. This is to punish the Russians for their tampering, which was meaningless. Kerry signed the memo and urged the White House to convey a principals meeting to discuss the plan, officials said. The response was basically, not now, John. They slapped him down. Okay, so after the election, after his failed pre-election bid, Kerry returned with a fallback proposal calling for the creation of a bipartisan commission. Oh, the old bipartisan commission, a blue ribbon panel, a Pabst blue ribbon panel to investigate Russian interference. Supporters' confidence was buoyed when McDonough, that's one of these coat holders in the White House, signaled that he planned to table drop the proposal. Oh, I love this. I love this secret spook talk. He planned to table drop the proposal at the next NSC meeting, one that would be chaired by Obama. To some, the table drop term has a tactical connotation beyond the obvious. I never heard of it before. It's supposed to be obvious? It is sometimes used as a means of securing approval of an idea by introducing it before opponents have a chance to form counter-arguments. Oh, man, this is secret stuff. Wow. They're going to get a Pulitzer Prize for this. But as soon as McDonough introduced the proposal for a commission, Kerry's proposal, he began criticizing it, arguing that it would be perceived as partisan and almost certainly blocked by Congress. Obama then echoed McDonough's critique, effectively killing any chance that Kerry's Russian commission would be formed. John Kerry, disappointed again. Bud, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Bud.
Yes, hi, Howie. I'm talking about Brennan. I know that he's been picked for the commission advisor and to do all that, but it's come to my knowledge that he's been personal friends with Comey for over 30 years. So I'm just wondering how in the hell can he be in charge of an investigation?
You mean Mueller, right? You mean Mueller, right? Not Brennan.
No, Mueller. That's right.
Yeah.
Mueller. Yeah. Now, how can they be in cahoots like that with each other and expect to have an impartial investigation? I don't get it.
I don't get it either. I mean, apparently there's a picture of them on the internet, and they look like they're on the Gay Bachelor show or something like that.
Yeah, they've been friends for over 30 years. They said. Yeah. Now, another thing is with this Loretta Lynch and Bill Clinton. Both of them should be brought up on charges of conspiracy.
I mean, you talk about collusion. I mean, that was real collusion, right? And again, it never. And if
over half an hour in a plane.
If it hadn't have been for a local TV reporter in Phoenix, that never would have come out. None of those crackerjack scribes at the White House, the cream of the national political reporting crew, they had no clue, and probably wouldn't have reported it if they'd known.
It never would have found out, right? And then Loretta Lynch tells Comey, just don't call it an investigation, just call it a matter. Right. Now, that right there, that's collusion right there. She should be brought on charges just for that.
I don't know if she could be brought up on charges, but I want to have her explain that, and I'm glad the Senate's got to ask her. This guy Burr is not showing me a lot. I would hope for more for a guy lives in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, but he's not showing me anything. But maybe one of the non-chairmen on the committee can do something about it. Thanks for the call, Bud. Andy, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Howie, how you doing?
Good.
I was listening to Rush on the way up to lunch with my daughter, and then I'm tuning back into you. You're talking about the Washington Post article.
Yes.
And he went into it pretty depth, but, I mean, it sounds like, if you just bring that thing to Brennan there, Mueller, and just say, here's proof that, according to the Washington Post, that there was no collusion there's no obstruction, there's no nothing, because it all happened under Obama.
Right. I mean, well, obviously, that's, the election occurred, if they were going to steal the election or collude in the election, Donald Trump was just a candidate. And, you read the Washington Post or the New York Times, Nate Silver, all those guys, they all assumed, and again, it's in the Washington Post again today, they assumed Donald Trump had zero chance of winning the election. So what was the big deal? And then again, the Washington Post says again today, they've said it before, Andy. This is just the latest story about it, saying nothing happened. Nothing happened. They can use all these spy novel words, and they can play spooky music behind it and do a 10-minute video on their website. But ultimately, it's a big nothing burger. There is no there. These are the cliches we've used in the past, but that's the reality of it. All right, we're going to do something different in the next hour. I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
We have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me." I know Hillary met my campaign manager, and I got the chance to meet the people who are working so hard to get her elected. There they are, the heads of NBC, CNN, CBS, ABC. There's the New York Times right over there, and the Washington Post. They're working overtime. True.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but are they really? Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance keeps you informed by posting the voting records of our elected officials. You can log on to our website at massfiscal.org. Click Scorecard to see how your legislator is voting on Beacon Hill. And while you're there, make a donation. And be sure to join our email list so you can stay up to date with the latest information on what's happening at the State House with Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, I'm Howie Carr, and I'm here with Rick Green of the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Wow, Mass Fiscal is really driving the Moonbats crazy.
Who knew putting voting records online would be so controversial? Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but they sure don't vote that way.
Your group is just what this state needs. How can the listeners help you guys?
Just have them visit our website at www.massfiscal.org. They can join our email list and donate if they like. And of course, make sure they check out our scorecard to see how their legislators voted.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Rick Green, Chairman.
The Howie Carr Show continues next. We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
We have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me." I know Hillary met my campaign manager, and I got the chance to meet the people who are working so hard to get her elected. There they are, the heads of NBC, CNN, CBS, ABC. There's the New York Times right over there, and the Washington Post. They're working overtime. True.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And I don't want this evening without saying something nice about my opponent. Hillary's been in Washington a long time. She knows a lot about how government works. And according to her sworn testimony, Hillary has forgotten more things than most of us will ever know. That I can tell you. Now, if some of you haven't noticed, Hillary isn't laughing as much as the rest of us. That's because she knows the jokes. And all of the jokes were given to her in advance of the dinner by Donna Brazile. Here she is tonight in public, pretending not to hate Catholics.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And I've known Hillary for a long time. This is the first time ever ever that Hillary is sitting down and speaking to major corporate leaders and not getting paid for it. We've learned so much from WikiLeaks. For example, Hillary believes that it's vital to deceive the people by having one public policy and a totally different policy in private. Now, I'm told Hillary went to confession before tonight's event. But the priest was having a hard time when he asked her about her sins, and she said she couldn't remember 39 times.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lauren's car, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today.
Better strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
It's just a question. I'm not insinuating anything. By the way, this is going to be in the press. It'll be horrible. But I like that you're all a part of it. When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
Live from an undisclosed location.
Bill Montag was talking about U.S. Representative Steve Scalise after he was shot practicing for the congressional baseball game.
I'm glad he got shot. Dude, I'm not going to that in public.
You don't have
well,
to
then what are you saying it to us
Say
for?
something. Say something.
What are you telling us for? I wish he was dead.
Unchained and unstoppable.
But when he found out that that there may be tapes out there, whether it's governmental tapes or anything else, and who knows, I think his story may have changed. I mean, you'll have to take a look at that, because then he has to tell what actually took place at the events. And my story didn't change. My story was always a straight story. My story was always the truth.
Who's your captain? Howie Carr.
Can you elaborate more on what the DHS's connection with the DNC was, or consultation with the DNC was, after you became aware of the hacking and they became aware of the hacking, as to what was offered them, what they accepted? Was there any level of cooperation at all?
To my disappointment, not to my knowledge, sir.
You put out a statement afterward basically saying that Jay Johnson was wrong. Where is he wrong?
He's wrong in every respect.
Secretary Johnson says the DNC rebuffed the help that they offered. You're saying that no one ever contacted you.
Respectfully, Secretary Johnson is utterly misinformed. That is simply not accurate.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
Welcome to the Howie Carr Show on this first Friday afternoon of the summer of 2017. The number, if you'd like to join us, 844-500-4242, 844-500-4242. Democrats slam GOP healthcare bills as mean and heartless as Obamacare premium spike. That's a good headline describing it, I think. You know, I don't feel like a particular need to talk about the new plan, since the Republicans don't have the votes to get it through the Senate at this point. I think there's five Republican senators have come out against it. So we'll wait till they get closer to the magic number of 50 or 51 before we dig into it. But there are a lot of other things to talk about here this afternoon on the Howie Carr Show. You know, and just one of them here is Joe. This is a story. This is new. I hadn't seen this story. It's in Fox Business. There's a guy named Bill Ackman, and he is a controversial hedge fund manager, according to Fox Business. He's been involved in Herbalife and Valiant, and he was at a private fundraiser, private dinner, I should say, during a recent investment conference on Wall Street, and he and Joe Biden, of all people, really got into it. This is pretty amazing. Joe Biden. It was at this year's Skybridge Alternatives SALT conference, a popular Wall Street confab held last month. Both Biden and Ackman, this guy Bill Ackman, were featured speakers during the event. And during a private VIP dinner, the question of why Biden didn't run for president in 2016 was raised once again by, of all people, Juan Ellis Bush, Jeb Bush. He asked Biden, "Why didn't you run?" Biden explained that part of the decision stemmed from the death of his son, Beau, who died of brain cancer in 2015. The room grew quiet as Biden became emotional and then said, "I'm sorry, I've said enough." That's when Ackman blurted out, "Why? That's never stopped you before." The formal and understated dinner conversation suddenly turned tense, according to 3 people who were present and confirmed both the substance and the wording of Biden's responses. Biden, these people say, turned to someone seated near him and asked, "Who is this bodily orifice?" A reference to Ackman. He didn't use the word bodily orifice. Then he turned directly to Ackman and stated, "Look, I don't know who you are, wise ass, but never disrespect the memory of my dead son." Ackman attempted what was described as an apology, to which Biden said, "Just shut the hell up." Joe Biden, jumping ugly with a hedge fund investor in New York City. That's from Fox Business. So let's play a couple of cuts here. I want to go to sort of a different, somewhat lighter topic in the next segment about jobs for teenagers, because apparently it's getting harder and harder for teenagers to get jobs. But I want to play a few cuts before we move on. And I guess the most obnoxious cut of the day is from Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, who he owes. Well, we'll play the cut and then we can comment here. Cut 5, Steve.
I don't know. A lot of wonderful dark places he could go. It's just a question. I'm not insinuating anything. By the way, this is going to be in the press. It'll be horrible. But I like that you're all a part of it. When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're happy about that. They like that. When was the last time? You're referring, of course, to John Wilkes Booth and Abraham Lincoln. Obviously, he got a bad ice cube. I think that's clear. He's not the brightest bulb on the Christmas tree to begin with.
He gets bad ice cubes in his coffee, Howie.
I agree. He's wearing earrings too when he said this. And after he apologizes to President Trump, I believe he owes an apology to the moviegoers of America for taking their money for the rotten new movie Dead Men Tell No Tales. Not to mention all the other rotten movies he's been involved in recently. And, I'm going to give half a pass to Black Mass, since I'm on the Black Mass DVD. I can't really knock my own movie, sort of. But he's made so many bomb movies. And now he's talking, God, what an ass. This is what we were going to talk about tonight on Tucker Carlson until I got bumped earlier in the day. So anyway, we were talking earlier about this Washington Post story, 36 pages with nothing, just meandering nothingness of a story about how the Obama administration fiddled and diddled on the Russian cyber attacks of the presidential election, which in the end there was nothing to it to begin with. But anyway, so this morning that gave Allison Camerata on CNN a chance to berate Kellyanne Conway again. What is Donald Trump doing to prevent this from ever happening again? This kind of reminds me, Steve, of the whole thing. You know, I've told you about this before, that back in the 1970s, a National Enquirer reporter wrote a tell-all book about his experiences. It's kind of a funny book. I still remember it. And they said one time they sent him out, you're going to go to the UN in New York, Turtle Bay on the east side, and ask the Secretary General, I think it was Utant at the time, or Uthant, however you pronounce it, go up to him and say, Mr. Utant, does the world have any plans to combat an alien invasion? I mean, it was a nonsense question.
No,
right?
It's not. The world should definitely have a plan.
But the only reason they were going to ask the question so that Utant could go, of course not. So then the splash headline in the National Enquirer next week would be, world has no plans in case of an alien invasion. So this is the modern, updated version of the question to Utant that Allison Camerata on CNN is hitting Kellyanne Conway with this morning.
But my question for you is, what is the White House, what is President Trump now doing to prevent Russia from doing this again?
Oh, this report is new, and we'll discuss it with him later, but he's been very clear on the record that he believes in any type of numbers of measures to make sure that democracy flourishes and that our voter integrity is intact.
Right. Such
he, in fact, has an entire commission on that.
Against Russia, what is he doing specifically to try to stop this?
Allison, I realize that we just like to say the word Russia, Russia to mislead the voters, and I know that CNN is aiding and abetting this nonsense as well, but you've asked him the same question 3 times now, and I'm answering it.
And you're not answering it, Kellyanne.
Yes, I am. He's the President of the United States.
And what's he doing?
What's the plan? He has said very clearly that he wants the voter integrity and the ballot integrity to be protected.
And what
because
action
against
is he
any
taking?
type of interference at this very moment, at this very second?
Yes.
Oh, yes, because we have nothing to say about Russian collusion or affecting the electoral outcome. Those rabbit holes did not bear fruit.
Kellyanne, I don't understand what you're doing in terms of trying to talk about collusion.
I've answered the question 4 times.
You haven't told us what action is the White House doing to stop Russian interference in elections?
The White House the president has met with his national security team many times. He has an initiative or a commission on voter integrity, and he himself has used the power of the bully pulpit to express his resistance towards any type of outside interference.
See where I was going with that story now? Where's the plan to prevent this cyber attack? And of course, here at page 25, I'll just read one last paragraph, which I read in the first hour of the show. This is page 25 of the Washington Post story, the 36-page story. Despite the dire warnings, there were no meltdowns in the United States' voting infrastructure on November 8th. No evidence of hacking-related fraud, crashing of electronic ballots, or manipulation of vote counts. But where's the plan to prevent it from happening again? Where's the plan? This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by Captain Parker's Chowder. If you love New England clam chowder, I highly recommend Captain Parker's Chowder. Find it at a supermarket near you. Thanks from the bottom of the bowl. I'm Howie Carr.
Hang on. The Howie Carr Show returns next.
We here at Matthews Brothers are still learning about this whole social media thing. After all, we're 163 years old and just barely got used to videotapes. One thing we've learned is, while being followed walking down the street is not necessarily a good thing, being followed on Facebook is. At least we think it must be, since the 2 top Facebook pages are Facebook and Facebook for Phones. Anyway, for no particular reason, we decided this year we're going to increase the number of people who follow us on Facebook. And not just anybody. No, sir. We want people just like you. Now, you might be saying, Matthews Brothers, why me? I'm not a builder, remodeler, architect, or typical homeowner considering purchasing windows in the next 6 months to 1 year. Why should I follow you? Good question. Because by following us, you just may win one of 10 fishing trips aboard the fishing vessel Hard Merchandise with Captain Dave Marciano. That's why. Boom! You can learn all the details, but only
Huge inventory, always in stock.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
You know, they say when you do this kind of an event, you always start out with a self-deprecating joke. Some people think this would be tough for me, but the truth is... The truth is I'm actually a modest person, very modest. It's true. In fact, many people tell me that modesty is perhaps my best quality. I'd like to address an important religious matter, the issue of going to confession, or as Hillary calls it, the 4th of July weekend with FBI Director Comey.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap, but did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck? When you get charged with committing a fake hate crime, will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
(844) 500-4242. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Today's poll question is brought to you by the Parker Store. Trucking companies and general contractors, keep your light to heavy hydraulic equipment running with the Parker Store. The Parker Store will replace your broken hydraulic hose assembly while you wait. Visit theparkerstore.com. That's theparkerstore.com. Steve, what's the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Who are you more likely to trust? Former DNC Chair Debbie Wasserman Schultz or former Obama Department of Homeland Security Secretary Jeh Johnson?
Jeh Johnson is saying what I want to hear, which is...
Is that the Howie Carr standard for trustworthiness?
You know what it is? It is. To be perfectly blunt and honest about it, yes. I believe Jeh Johnson.
84% think Jeh Johnson is more trustworthy.
All right. Let's before we go back to the calls, we got a lot of people who want to talk, but let's play the Conway cut on Jeh Johnson versus Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
I really am struck by former Homeland Security Secretary Jeh Johnson's testimony earlier this week, which you covered extensively, where he seemed very frustrated that the DNC refused the help of the DHS because DHS knew that the DNC was vulnerable.
Yeah.
The RNC, I'm sure, was vulnerable, but had those safeguards and protections in place and had a different result. And so it's very clear that even in the Obama administration, there was concern. There were actions trying to be taken. But the question for the DNC is, why were you so arrogant in not letting the Homeland Security of your own administration help you?
Allison didn't want any part of that. She is. She had no interest in it. Yeah. She just wanted to give it. Where is the plan to prevent Russia from hacking into the election like they did before last year? Oh, even though it had no impact. Shelley, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Shelley.
Hi, Howie.
Hi.
Just a quick question. I believe you have reported numerous times about John McCain and this dossier and him sending someone over to England to bring it back to give to the FBI?
Yes.
Doesn't sound like you need much more than an enemy of the state there.
Yeah, I don't know. John McCain, I think the big problem with John McCain and Donald Trump is he's very envious. You know, John McCain thinks that he should be the president of the United States, and he should have been the one who would prevail as the Republican candidate, and he's just eat out with envy, and that's the problem. But yeah, he's the one who he sent an aide to the UK, if you haven't heard the story that Shelley was mentioning, to pick up this fake news Golden Showers dossier, and he brought it back and handed it off to Comey. And now the dossier has been just about totally discredited. The media outlets that printed it or put it online are being sued by the companies and some of the individuals that were falsely accused of being involved in Russian spying and collusion. Just total BS. Thanks for the call, Shelley. Michael, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Michael.
Hello, Howie.
Hi.
Listen, you don't mind if I comment about Johnny Wilkes Depp, do you?
That's pretty good, Michael. I like that. Go ahead.
And I call him that because he is nothing but a modern day Ben McDonald. I mean, we know he moved to England. I guess he comes back here a lot to make movies and make some money. But we'll forget about that. He loves to go over there, sashay through the streets of London and Paris, and he's got a following of Eurotrash that they love him. He's the enlightened one. But you know what? He's a dirty coward because he's got security around him, but he's making tons of dough over here. And if me or you would stop and street, not even throw a punch at him, just say, you're full of crap, he would crap his drawers. And there's nothing to him. He's a lightweight, but you got all these snowflakes over here.
Wasn't there just some story out that supposedly he has like 9 or 10 homes, and in spite of making all this money, $20 million per picture, most of which don't even make back $20 million, like that movie Tonto, was it? He was wearing like a crow, a dead crow on his head. That was his idea of a great performance. But he's got like 10 homes, and who needs 10 homes? That's even more than Bernie Sanders has got. It's costing him a ton of money. You should do that, Grace. Cribs of the Libs. Make a Cribs of the Libs of Johnny Depp.
I will. I will do Johnny Depp next week on Tuesday.
It may take you 4 Cribs of the Libs to get all 10 of those homes. Thanks for bringing that up, Michael. What a jerk he is, huh?
Ugh, he's so gross looking too. He needs to take a good long shower.
Yeah, that's a recurring theme on the text line, that he needs a bath. What's with the 2 earrings? Is he still trying to promote his book? What? Okay, we don't have time for another call. We'll take some more calls when we come back. And again, I want to get to this story that's out today about summer jobs for kids. Are your kids having a problem getting a summer job? Or if you're a kid, are you having a problem getting a job? I think it probably is tougher than it used to be, but I'm not buying this thing that, people, I'm taking a summer school classes instead of instead of having a job. Why can't you have a job and take a course or two? Is it that difficult? It's not like these courses are really onerous for your time, or they don't require a lot of studying, especially if you take them online. I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
She got kicked off the Watergate Commission. How corrupt do you have to be to get kicked off the Watergate Commission? Everyone knows, of course, Hillary's belief that it takes a village, which only makes sense, after all, in places like Haiti, where she's taken a number of them. I wasn't really sure if Hillary was going to be here tonight, because I guess you didn't send her invitation by email. Or maybe you did, and she just found out about it through the wonder of WikiLeaks.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain, and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone, and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com, or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221. You'll feel better with more energy. Call 877-882-7221 or go to the website angioprim.com.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website, GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
I say, hey, wait a minute. He didn't leave the country. He wasn't out of the country. Then Michael Cohen of the Trump Organization was in Prague. It turned out to be a different Michael Cohen. Sure. It's a disgrace what took place. It's a disgrace. And I think they ought to apologize to start with Michael Cohen.
Sir, since you're attacking us, can you give us a question? Mr. President-elect. Mr. President-elect, since you are attacking our news organization, can you give us a chance?
Your organization.
You are attacking our news organization. Can you give us a chance to ask a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir, can you state, Mr. President-elect,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically, Mr. President-elect, can you give us a question? You're attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Don't be rude.
Can you give us a question?
I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically that nobody... No, Mr. President-elect, that's not appropriate.
This is the Howie Carr Show. Want more Howie Carr? Listen 24/7 online at HowieCarrShow.com. Now, back to Howie Carr.
Welcome back to the Howie Carr Show. We'll take a couple more calls, and then we'll start talking about the summer jobs. A lot of people want to talk about the summer jobs. This is when people are starting their summer jobs, and my kids have always had summer jobs. But we'll take a couple of calls before we get to the story. Alan, you're next with Howie Carr in the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Alan.
Hey, thanks, Howie. I just want to make a quick comment about this Johnny Depp. I mean, I'm one of those fools, I guess. I was excited about maybe some of them moving away after the election, but I guess that's not going to happen. I mean, if it's not Johnny Depp, it's Madonna. You got Madonna threatening the White House.
Yeah,
that's right.
Snoop.
Cher. I mean, Snoop, Meryl Streep. I mean, these people. But really, these people are put on a shelf that everybody wants to reach someday. And these people are the people that we look up to: how to dress, how to keep our hair, what's the next trend. To say these people don't carry weight in their words is foolish. These people are almost idols to some poor people. And what he did, I'm sorry, but what he did carries weight with it, and what he did is awful.
What
All the
would
adults
happen-
right now should stand up.
What would happen if he had said this during the Obama years? I mean, again, you have to think, you have to consider this, the same standards that apply to Obama should apply to Trump. You know, in terms, I'm not talking, you can criticize their politics or anything, but I mean, just in terms of human decency, you know? And Johnny Depp is just totally below that. And who the hell is Johnny Depp? I mean, a guy who, again, Black Mass was okay. But other than Black Mass, what has this guy done?
Well, the first Pirates movie was pretty good. Pirates of the Caribbean.
That was, how long ago was that? 15 years?
It was still a good movie.
Grace was saying you have to go back 20 years to Blow to get a decent Johnny Depp movie.
Yeah, I love the movie Blow. Penelope Cruz.
Yeah.
Boston George. It's a good movie, but that was it. And then after that, he started doing all of those stupid Willy Wonka movies, Tim Burton, all those weird, where every single one, he's like a weirdo character. Lame.
Yeah. And you know, the thing is, if Black Mass had been a bigger success, you know, maybe I could have gotten another option on Brothers Bulger.
Well,
or Hitman.
It's okay now because according to Variety magazine, he's apologized for the botched joke.
It was a talking about John Wilkes Booth. That's a botched joke.
Everybody knows I botched a joke.
His was a joke, a very stupid joke. I don't think Johnny Depp was. I don't think that was a joke. It was ridiculous. He was half in the bag too. That's the other thing. Which is, again, he has every right to be half in the bag. I don't care. But if you can't use that as an excuse either for saying something obnoxious like that. Thanks for the call, Alan. Pete, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Pete.
Howie, thanks for taking my call, and I love your show. I was going to comment on Johnny Depp, but why comment on a character actor who hasn't done anything good since Nightmare on Elm Street? The guy's a joke. And Dennis Rodman, who listens to alcoholics and drug addicts? What I want to comment on is who in their right mind gave $1.5 million to the Brown family for raising a felon, a 14-year-old giant who committed a strong-arm robbery before he was shot and killed. And the last, I got a question. Whatever happened to the cop that killed him?
He's probably in hiding, and is probably going to be in hiding for the rest of his life. Did you ever read, Pete, Tom Wolfe's first novel? It was a great novel, Bonfire of the Vanities.
No, sir.
They have an Al Sharpton character in there, and he's talking about how he makes his money, and he says, "I take care of the community. You might say I'm in steam control." Steam control. And Pete, that's what that $1.5 million was. It was steam control in Ferguson, Missouri. Go ahead.
Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I live in Buffalo, New York, and I used to attend ECC Community College in Erie County. Well, the one time I was there seeking employment at an employment agency, there was a professor from the college using one of our printers, which is solely supposed to be used for people seeking employment. Well, I told the guard, who was a black Muslim, and he said, "Pete, you don't want to go anywhere with this because they're going to kick you out of here." I said, "Really? Are you serious?"
That was good advice.
Speak to someone. There's a printer that's not being used, and this woman's printing out the Gideon's Bible. To make a long story short, I spoke with the person who was in charge of the college, if you want to say, or that little department.
The program.
She called the police. He made up a false report after I left and said I was screaming and threatening people, and now I'm no longer allowed to go on the college campus.
There you go. The guard gave you good, wise counsel, Pete. You know, sometimes you can't fight City Hall, and you can't fight a tenured professor. Thanks for the call, Pete. All right, This is a good story today from the AP. I found it on Drudge link to it. Kids today, they don't work summer jobs the way they used to. And they start off with this guy who's the CEO of Domino's. And his first job was at the Timberline Lodge in Oregon, Patrick Doyle. And he was a busboy. That was my second job. I started out as a dishwasher and was promoted to busboy. And he learned a lot, though, he said. Show up on time, dress properly, treat customers well. I grew up a lot that summer, said said the CEO of Domino's Pizza. As the summer of 2017 begins, America's teenagers are far less likely to be acquiring the kinds of experiences Doyle found so useful. Once a teenage rite of passage, the summer job is vanishing. Today's teens are much more likely to be involved in summer school. Yeah, right. Doing volunteer work, to burnish their college credentials, or just hanging out with friends. For many, not working is a choice. For others, it reflects a lack of opportunities where they live, often in lower-income urban areas. They sometimes find that older workers, I'll add this, or illegal aliens hold the low-skill jobs that once would have been available to them. In July 1986, 57% of Americans ages 16 to 19 were employed. That proportion stayed over 50% until 2002. By last July, only 36% were working. So in other words, the percentage of teenagers working in jobs in the summer went from 57% to 36% in 30 years. That's bad.
I think the bit about community service is actually real, because there are some colleges, if you can't put a summer job on your college application, but if you volunteered for like blind orphans in Uganda, they'll love that.
Yeah, but you need a lot of money to fly to Uganda and get a place to stay.
Doesn't matter.
And all
Doesn't
that
matter.
stuff.
You just need you have to, if you want to go to college, you have to put some community service on your resume.
Yeah, but I think that's just kind of a scam, though, isn't it? In many cases,
Yes, it is a scam, but you have to have it on your resume, or a college is you're not going to be as competitive with other applicants whose parents can fly them to third world countries to sell mosquito nets.
How about this? Teenagers and their parents are increasingly aware of the value of a college education. I would rework that as to say increasingly aware of the lack of value of a college education. You'd be better off being in a trade program, getting your CDL or your plumber's license, wouldn't you? A result is that more kids are spending summers volunteering. There it is, volunteering or studying to prepare for college. You know, when I was 15, that was the last summer I didn't work. And you know what I did? I took driver's ed and I learned how to type. And you know, my only regret at the end of the summer was that I didn't learn shorthand too.
You learned how to type on a typewriter, right?
Yeah, a typewriter. It's good. It's good to learn. I'm glad I don't do. I learned how to do it, and I don't hunt and peck. Nathan Miller, 19, of New Berlin, Wisconsin, didn't work throughout high school, instead choosing to play baseball and spend time with his family. I wish I'd had that option. That's the other thing. Doesn't he need money? Don't people need money? Teens who do want to work can find out that older workers are standing in their way. Summer jobs they used to take, flipping burgers, unpacking produce at the grocery store, cashiering at the mall, are increasingly filled by older, often foreign-born workers. In 2000, teens accounted for 12% of retail workers. It's down to 7%, so it's cut in half almost. The teen share of restaurant and hotel jobs, hospitality, fell from 21% to 16%. So, are you having problems getting a summer job? Are your kids having problems getting a summer job? Howie is right. I couldn't do any community service to get into my top school because I was too busy working. I'm 22. Too bad I'm not an illegal. Oh well. Let's see here. If you happen to be vacationing in Maine or Ogunquit this year, you'll notice most of the restaurants are closed either 1 or 2 days a week because they can't get young people to work the jobs to keep the places operating. Many of the restaurant managers I spoke with said the kids don't want to work. Grace and I drove up to do I did a speech in Ogunquit for the Maine Tourism Association about a month ago, and Bruce Poliquin, the congressman from the 2nd District of Maine, was there. And before I spoke, and they were asking him the question, can you get us some foreign workers to come in? So I know I know directly this is a problem because I saw it. I saw it in Ogunquit when I spoke there. We'll come back and we'll take your phone calls on this subject. 844-500-4242. I'm Howie Carr.
Don't move. Howie Carr is back next.
Are you in the market for a new or pre-owned RV? Do you need parts or accessories for your camper? Maybe you just need somewhere to take it for repairs. This is Howie Carr, and Cold Springs RV is ready for you. They have a knowledgeable and friendly staff, they have a great selection, and a no-pressure atmosphere. At Cold Springs RV, you will find hundreds of new and pre-owned RVs on their lot where you can freely browse. Located on Route 114 in Ware, New Hampshire. Or check out the inventory online at coldspringsrv.com.
I need your help to defeat Elizabeth Warren. My name is Jeff Deal, a father, husband, concerned taxpayer, and a state representative who led the successful effort to repeal automatic gas tax hikes, saving you $2 billion. Elizabeth Warren has spent her time in Washington building a multi-million-dollar war chest. Her focus? Winning the next election and selling books. It's time to send a senator to D.C. whose focus is on you and your family. If you want to defeat Elizabeth Warren, then go to Deal for Senate. That's DIEHL for Senate.com to make a donation. With your help, we'll make Massachusetts great again by defeating Warren and putting your interests ahead of the Washington elite. I'm Jeff Deal, and I approve this message. Paid for and authorized by Deal for U.S. Senate.
The American healthcare system is in ruins.
The price of Obamacare plans, the average premiums are expected to rise by 25% next year.
The Art of American Healthcare by Dr. Peter Warner exposes the ugly truths behind how the healthcare system is being destroyed and reveals that Obamacare is only part of the problem. The Art of American Healthcare will teach you how to navigate and disrupt the system so that you, the patient, can finally get the healthcare you deserve. The Art of American Healthcare by Dr. Peter Warner. Available on Amazon.com and at fine bookstores everywhere.
Trucking companies and general contractors, keep your light to heavy hydraulic equipment running with the Parker Store. The Parker Store will replace your broken hydraulic hose assembly while you wait. New England locations include Bangor, Lewiston, and Portland, Maine, Manchester, New Hampshire, Fitchburg and Weymouth, Mass, Cranston, Rhode Island, and now open in North Haven, Connecticut. Visit theparkerstore.com, theparkerstore.com.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
If your dog's feet smell like corn chips, you're not alone. The term Frito feet was coined to describe the scent. Ew. Officials in Portland, Oregon drained 8 million gallons of water from a reservoir in 2012 because a drunk 21-year-old peed in it. Also ew. There's a basketball court above the Supreme Court. It's known as the highest court in the land. If you start counting at 1 and spell out the numbers as you go, you won't use the letter A until you reach 1,000. Wendy's founder Dave Thomas dropped out of high school but picked up his GED in 1993. His GED class voted him most likely to succeed. William McKinley was on the $500 bill, Grover Cleveland was on the $1,000 bill, and James Madison was on the $5,000 bill.
This has been 6 Fun Facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
Hi, this is Andrea from Ever So Humble Pie Company in East Walpole. Well, it's that time of year when comfort food is king. And now, in addition to our delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here, Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days of the Kennedy clan's rabidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Now shipping. Order today at HowieCarrShow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
You've listened to him for years. Now watch him in HD. Click on the Howie Cam at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
44500-4242. This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is sponsored by Life Change Tea. Food today is full of chemicals, GMOs, herbicides, and pesticides. Cleanse your body of these nasty chemicals with Life Change Tea. You'll feel better and your immune system will be stronger. Go to getthetea.com. That's getthetea.com. Steve uses it. So does the mailroom manager. I've tried it and it's delicious. Getthetea.com. Ken, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Ken.
Hey, good afternoon, Howie.
Hi.
So I've got two of my older daughters, both work summer jobs up in the shadow of the Colony, your old stomping grounds there. Yeah. The younger one, who's in high school, works at a bed and breakfast doing chambermaid type stuff, and then the other one works down in Dock Square at a retail store selling shirts and stuff to the tourists. And she moved to that one because she had originally started working at one of the supermarkets, and just like that article said, they were giving most of the shifts to the older workers. So she was only getting like 3 or 4 hours a day, but the other store was giving her 8 hours, so she's there and using the money to pay off college loan.
Well, that's great. I mean, that's the way it should be, isn't it, Ken? I mean, why shouldn't they be working? And there's nothing wrong with being a chambermaid. It's great to hear that an American kid is working as a chambermaid or as a busboy or a dishwasher. I love hearing it. It's good.
Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with that stuff. I didn't make a lot of money, but that guy from Domino's was right. I mean, it teaches you good habits. You need an entry level job.
Yeah, the older one also voted for Trump, so
that's good. That explains a lot. They actually say that they think the percentage of kids working this summer may be up just slightly, but it's the economy's a little better. Not only is 781, not only is my daughter working and taking classes for her master's, she has to work for free. They call it clinicals because she's in medicine. No excuses. Resorts in Maine are desperate for summer help, even American kids. Work visas for East Europeans are in short supply. A couple people have texted in from the Cape. Same thing in the Cape. 978, Howie, my twin 16-year-old boys just got dishwasher jobs at a senior living place. Jobs are there, kids are lazy, and parents don't want to help with transportation. Yeah, how many places do you go in the course of a day where you see help wanted signs out in front? I mean, there's plenty of jobs out there. Don't give me this BS about you can't get a job. My kids, I was surprised when they turned 16 and they were working and their friends would come over and say, "What are you doing this summer?" "Oh, I'm just taking it easy. I'm just relaxing." I bite my tongue. I don't say anything.
Really trying to find myself.
Yeah, it's
doing some hiking, maybe a little meditation.
Yeah, I have a list of summer reading from my school. Oh, summer reading. What about after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, or if you're working the second shift after midnight? Summer reading. Johnny O, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Johnny O.
Howie, how you doing? I got a good story for you.
Yeah.
I got a guy I work with. His two sons work with me. It's a major insurance company in the state.
Yeah.
And his two boys, one's 18, one's 21. They've both been there for a couple of years. They're putting themselves through heating and air conditioning school.
Excellent.
The father's a big fan of the show. I'm sure
Good.
He's listening right now. The kids are excellent, hard workers. They work in facilities with me.
Yeah.
They're great workers. And they're both Donald Trump supporters. So it just goes to show you, these kids, they've got a really good work ethic. And I'm like, man, I wish I was that way when I was 18 years old,
Yeah.
But it's good to see. You know, the guys bringing them up right, and I think they're going to really do really good in their life. You know.
Yeah, no, I agree. And you know, I think they're better off working a summer job than going to some, taking some stupid courses, in psychology or sociology at some community college. Don't you think they're learning a lot more on the job?
Yeah, and they're working in the trades while they're taking a trade school, so they're learning a lot about the other trades, whether it's painting or sheetrock or whatever it is. They're learning everything, so it's
right.
And they're learning how to deal with people. They're in a this is a large insurance company. They're learning how to deal with the people within there, the clients and everything else. And they're respectable kids. It's really nice, refreshing to see.
Yeah, it is. Thanks for the call, Johnny O. Vinny, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line.
Howie.
Go ahead, Vinny. Yeah.
Hey, Howie. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep. Thank you.
Hey, I'm a licensed plumber here in Mass, and there's a lot of jobs for HVAC, plumbers, electricians. Everybody in the trades is looking for people. If the kids weren't so lazy, they could learn a trade in the summer. It's invaluable for the rest of their life. And we're talking about men and women. And it's something nobody can take away from you. Your job can never go to China. And whether you are a homeowner or a renter the rest of your life, you'll use it at some point.
Boy, those are two really good points, Vinny. That you got to try to get into something where you can't have your job outsourced, or you can't have your job migrate to the internet,
or automated,
or you can't be it's tough to be a clerk because they might close down the brick and mortar store, or if you're flipping burgers, there's going to be a robot moving in. And you're right. I mean, if you have a trade, you can use it for yourself. Vinny, do you have kids?
Yeah, I have one daughter and 3 grandkids, and I got a 5-year-old. I'm teaching them all about mechanical issues with working with his hands and everything, because it's something that you're going to use forever. Like I said, if you have a house or even rent, you're going to need it at some point.
Right. I mean, if you have to make a call,
guys are looking for work. I mean, there's a lot of the tradespeople are looking for helpers for the summer, and it's invaluable experience. Something you can't buy.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with being a helper. I mean, that's like the getting your foot in the door. Helper to apprentice to journeyman to master. I mean, then you can support yourself. You don't have to worry about being outsourced. Your job being outsourced. Thanks for the calls. I'm Howie Carr.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 2006, an Australian man tried to sell New Zealand on eBay. The price rose to $3,000 before eBay shut it down. Reed Hastings was inspired to start Netflix after racking up a $40 late fee on a VHS copy of Apollo 13. In Japan, letting a sumo wrestler make your baby cry is considered good luck. The 50-star American flag was designed by an Ohio high school student for a class project. His teacher originally gave him a B-. According to the National Insurance Crime Bureau, the most commonly stolen vehicle in 2012 was the 1994 Honda Accord. The Arkansas School for the Deaf's nickname is the Leopards, the Deaf Leopards.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
Hey there, quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to nature'syouth.com. That's nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com.
Carr Show continues next.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numanna, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numanna are known for high-quality, great-tasting, GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And by the way, they're coming from all over the world, including the Middle East. Why not? Come on in. We're stupid. We'll take care of you. We'll pay. Get sick. We'll take care of your hospitalization. What kind of a plan do you want? Oh, Don, you're a little controversial. You're talking about illegal immigration. I said it's illegal. The premiums are going through the roof. The deductibles, frankly, you have to get hit with a Komatsu tractor in order to use them. They're so high. The Iranians are great negotiators. The Persians are great negotiators. And we have people that are babies. It's like a chess player, grandmaster, playing against a checkers child. We have very stupid people in our country negotiating for us, and we have leaders that don't know what they're doing. And the media, look at all those people back there. Scavengers. They're like scavengers.
This is the Howie Carr Show. We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And then the market crashed in the 90s. So I had trouble, but it was sort of an amazing, I wouldn't want to do it again. It was an amazing test of yourself. Can you handle pressure? How are you under pressure? Are you smart? You know, when everybody's coming at you, sometimes in life, to be successful, oftentimes, most of the time, you have to follow your instincts. You have to follow your gut. You have to. Your parents may say wrong. Your whoever may say wrong, but you have to do it. Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
This is the Howie Carr Show. We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
So the Mexican government is not happy with me, to put it mildly. And again, I respect Mexico, but their leaders are too smart for our leaders, because we have stupid leaders, okay? You mean it's not politically correct, and yet everybody uses it? So you know what? Give me a different term. Give me a different term. What else would you like to say? Oh, you want me to say that? Okay, no, I'll use the word anchor baby. Excuse me. I'll use the word anchor baby. They dunk people with a cage. Did you see that? They dunk them and drown them. These people make Saddam Hussein look like a choir boy. I know Anthony Weiner for a long time. I knew before they caught him with the bing, 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 right? And he was a bad guy then. It turned out that he was a really bad guy. I beat the people from China. I win against China. You can win against China if you're smart. But our people don't have a clue.
This is the Howie Carr Show. The Howie Carr Show continues next.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap. But did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells.
and that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And then the market crashed in the 90s. So I had trouble, but it was sort of an amazing, I wouldn't want to do it again. It was an amazing test of yourself. Can you handle pressure? How are you under pressure? Are you smart? You know, when everybody's coming at you. Sometimes in life, to be successful, oftentimes, most of the time, you have to follow your instincts. You have to follow your gut. You have to. Your parents may say wrong. Your whoever may say wrong, but you have to do it.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims.
Better strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
It's just a question. I'm not insinuating anything. By the way, this is going to be in the press. It'll be horrible. But I like that you're all a part of it. When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
Live from an undisclosed location.
Bill Montag was talking about U.S. Representative Steve Scalise after he was shot practicing for the congressional baseball game.
I'm glad he got shot. Dude, I'm not going to that in public.
You don't have
well, then what are you saying it to us
Say
for?
something. Say something.
What are you telling us for?
I wish he was dead.
Unchained and unstoppable.
But when he found out that that there may be tapes out there, whether it's governmental tapes or anything else, and who knows, I think his story may have changed. I mean, you'll have to take a look at that, because then he has to tell what actually took place at the events. And my story didn't change. My story was always a straight story. My story was always the truth.
Who's your captain? Howie Carr.
Can you elaborate more on what the DHS's connection with the DNC was, or consultation with the DNC was, after you became aware of the hacking and they became aware of the hacking, as to what was offered them, what they accepted? Was there any level of cooperation at all?
To my disappointment, not to my knowledge, sir.
You put out a statement afterward basically saying that Jay Johnson was wrong. Where is he wrong?
He's wrong in every respect.
Secretary Johnson says the DNC rebuffed the help that they offered. You're saying that no one ever contacted you.
Respectfully, Secretary Johnson is utterly misinformed. That is simply not accurate.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
978, I got a part-time job in a body shop after school. 40 years later, I'm still doing body work and making six figures a year. My job will always be there. 603, I'm a local 103 electrician. Kid I work with got his journeyman license at 23 years old. Union benefits, six figures, bought a house in Braintree, no student loans. 617, Howie, I'm 20 years old, work for my DPW and for Domino's. Grace's brother works for the local DPW. It's easy for a teen to make money if they work hard. Yes, Grace.
My older brother attends BU grad school, works at BU, and still hosts karaoke 2 times a week so he can have the extra cash.
I guess you can't outsource hosting karaoke.
Yeah, now he does hate karaoke because he thinks it's like the worst thing ever, but he still goes every...
I always hated it, yeah. Okay, yeah, but yeah, he makes money. That's sure. Why not? 603. Let's see. Here's another one about the says stop. I'm a licensed electrician, over $100K a year, home by 2 p.m. every day. Stop demonizing trades for these kids. I don't demonize trades. I'm totally in favor of trades. I mean, I don't see any reason for going to college and majoring in stupid liberal arts that white privilege or women's with a Y studies or queer studies or anything. That's ridiculous. What's the point? We have some tragic news. The carcass of a young humpback whale washed ashore this morning in Rhode Island, causing experts to think that a nearby offshore wind turbine may be to blame. I knew we shouldn't have shut down all these nuclear power plants. How many more, Mr. Speaker? How many more young humpback whales will be murdered by these offshore wind turbines? Sad. Very sad. If you'd like to join us on the Howie Carr Show, the number is 844-500-4242, 844-500-4242. And that's also the number to call if you'd like to leave a message on the Chump line. Press 2 for the Chump line. You'll be directed to the voicemail message service of the Howie Carr Show. You can leave a message at any hour of the day or night, including weekends. We may or may not play your message on the air at this time each weekday. The Chump Line is brought to you every weekday at this time by Matthews Brothers, whose Maine-made windows are available only through Better Lumber Yards and window professionals like Crandall's Hardware in East Millinocket. For over 20 years, Crandall's has been helping the Katahdin neighborhood of families and businesses improve our community. Crandall's Hardware, open 7 days a week in East Millinocket.
Yeah, Howie, a couple of months ago, I took your advice and I started watching some of these Boston Blackie movies. They suck.
How dare you insult the memory of Chester Morris? And again, they're showing it's a special treat for Turner Classic Movie subscribers, TCM, 10:30 every Saturday morning until further notice. They're running Boston Blackie movies. At the beginning of you'll see the sign, the shot that comes up and says a screen gem. Truer words have never been spoken. A screen gem.
There once was a man from Nashon. When he spoke, it would make you yawn. His claim to fame was marry a dame whose rich husband is now fertilizing the lawn.
Oh, I like that. And they slapped him down when he wanted to strike back at the alleged Russian collusion. It's there, buried deep in the 36-page story in the Washington Post, which I wouldn't suggest you read. I read you all the funny parts of it earlier in the show today.
Howie, man, you're so self-righteous saying you'll never do pot again, man. But I got 4 words that are going to change your mind, man. Pot, batter dipped fried clams. Whoa, man, I got the munchies now.
How about sprinkling a little cannabis flakes in the tartar sauce? Would that give me, they say if you ingest the brownies, marijuana in brownie form or tartar sauce form, you get a longer lasting high than from the smoke. I wonder.
Hey, Johnny Depp, when did you stop beating your wife?
Yeah, as you probably know from Johnny Depp's recent divorce, he was accused of beating his wife.
Hey, Howie, I thought it was real interesting how Nancy Pelosi, taking a chapter from Al Franken's character, Stuart Smalley. Well, I'm nice, I'm a master legislator, and God darn it, people like me.
Not Seth Moulton, the congressman from the North Shore of Massachusetts. And by the way, Seth has gotten engaged. It's quite a surprise, but, it's happened.
Hey, Howie, have you seen those bumper stickers that say, "Ask me about my grandchildren"? Loretta Lynch doesn't have one.
I hope the senators ask her about her grandchildren that don't exist. That would be a good opening question for somebody when Loretta Lynch appears before the Senate committee that she's been asked or subpoenaed to show up before.
Howie, I'm currently enrolled in Beauty Academy, and I would love to do your makeup, you big hunk.
That won't be necessary. I thought I was going to be on Tucker Carlson earlier today, but I've been left on the cutting room floor. But they said they'll reschedule me for next week, and Grace has first dibs on doing my makeup. She was going to do it in the next segment here, live on the air, but now that I've been scrubbed, we'll have to wait until next week.
Yeah, Fox just told me that they're replacing you with Mike Barnacle because he could come in studio. Just one of those things.
I didn't come here to be made sport of.
Hi, Howie. It sounds like Nancy Pelosi is channeling her inner Teddy.
You know, I'm going to remember that line. I think a lot of people are, about her being a master legislator, because that really plays nicely with her statement back in, 2009 or 2010. We have to pass the legislation before we can read the legislation. That's what Lyndon Johnson used to say when he was the master of the Senate back in the 50s. We have to pass the legislation before we can find out what's in it.
Hi, Howie. Governor Patrick calling. There you go again, making sport of that undocumented electrician. I guess he couldn't get Governor Romney to rig the license process like he did with your stolen plates. Perhaps he can get a fake postcard printed saying that he got into Brown's electrical school. We're going to be fine.
That's what Steve suggested would be a good topic for Tucker Carlson and I to discuss next week. The fact that this undocumented Irish immigrant and alleged criminal with a warrant out for his arrest is everybody's falling all over themselves to try to rescue this guy like he's the greatest thing to hit the Emerald Isle since St. Patrick drove the snakes out.
Hey, Mr. Fancy Britches, I hear your limo driver ain't too happy about being replaced with the helicopter. Sounds like you get trouble on your hands.
I thought he was going to give me some grief about my liquid that I'm consuming today. By the way, I'm drinking 5-0 coffee, America's finest. This is the coffee that we've got on special at the Cheap Bastard deal. HowieCarrShow.com. Click on deals, and you can still get it for half price. 5-0 coffee, and we have a couple of gift certificates left to the local, but not many. So get on board, and if you buy 5-0 coffee, part of the money goes to charities benefiting police.
It sounded to me like Johnny Depp may have had a bad Ice Cube.
That's the same conclusion I reached. Yeah, I don't think there's too much question about it. I think he's had a lot of bad Ice Cubes lately.
Grace, for God's sakes, get it in writing that you do not give pedicures.
I've never asked Grace to give me a pedicure. By the way, the antifungal medication that I'm taking, prescription medication from Dr. Alan Green, is working wonders. It's a miracle what my toenails look like now.
That was your last chump line message. Thank you for calling Howie Carr, you chump.
All right, that's it for the Chump Line today. The Chump Line is the recorded voicemail message service of the Howie Carr Show, brought to you every weekday at this time by Matthews Brothers, whose Maine-made windows are available only through better lumber yards and window professionals like Crandall's Hardware in East Millinocket. For over 20 years, Crandall's has been helping the Katahdin neighborhood of families and businesses improve our community. Crandall's Hardware, open 7 days a week in East Millinocket.
Hey, Johnny Depp, when did you stop beating your wife?
Beaver State Finian says, sounds like Johnny Depp got a bad iceberg. Yeah, good line, Beaver State Finian. I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show.
We here at Matthews Brothers are still learning about this whole social media thing. After all, we're 163 years old and just barely got used to videotapes. One thing we've learned is, while being followed walking down the street is not necessarily a good thing, being followed on Facebook is. At least we think it must be, since the two top Facebook pages are Facebook and Facebook for Phones. Anyway, for no particular reason, we decided this year we're going to increase the number of people who follow us on Facebook. And not just anybody. No, sir. We want people just like you. Now, you might be saying, Matthews Brothers, why me? I'm not a builder, remodeler, architect, or typical homeowner considering purchasing windows in the next 6 months to 1 year. Why should I follow you? Good question. Because by following us, you just may win one of 10 fishing trips aboard the fishing vessel Hard Merchandise with Captain Dave Marciano. That's why. Boom! You can learn all the details, but only...
I own a Liberty Safe and I love mine. It's made in the USA with the best materials and craftsmanship. Now offering 0% financing for 12 months. You can be confident with a Liberty Safe. It will protect your valuables for a lifetime. Visit New Hampshire's largest Liberty Safe dealer online at libertysafenh.com.
When it's time to choose a car dealer, we know you have plenty of options. So why not choose the dealer that has the most options for you? When it comes to selection, Bank Chevrolet GMC Buick and Concord has the inventory with over 2,000 vehicles in stock. We know that price matters, and Banks offers the lowest, most transparent pricing around. And convenience? With our full-service internet department, you can browse online or call ahead to take care of most of the details before you even walk through the door. As New England's highest volume GM dealer, we encourage you to visit our dealership to experience the Bank's difference.
Lease a 2017 Chevy Silverado LT Double Cab for only $249 per month with zero due at signing. Payment for current non-GM lessees for 36 months includes select cash bonus with credit approval.
Chevrolet, find new roads. Browse our selection online at banksautos.com. Bank Chevrolet Cadillac Buick GMC in Concord, New Hampshire. Real prices, huge inventory, always in stock.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
If your dog's feet smell like corn chips, you're not alone. The term Frito feet was coined to describe the scent. Ew. Officials in Portland, Oregon drained 8 million gallons of water from a reservoir in 2012 because a drunk 21-year-old peed in it. Also ew. There's a basketball court above the Supreme Court. It's known as the highest court in the land. If you start counting at 1 and spell out the numbers as you go, you won't use the letter A until you reach 1,000. Wendy's founder Dave Thomas dropped out of high school but picked up his GED in 1993. His GED class voted him most likely to succeed. William McKinley was on the $500 bill, Grover Cleveland was on the $1,000 bill, and James Madison was on the $5,000 bill.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com. We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And I don't want this evening without saying something nice about my opponent. Hillary's been in Washington a long time. She knows a lot about how government works. And according to her sworn testimony, Hillary has forgotten more things than most of us will ever know. That I can tell you. Now, if some of you haven't noticed, Hillary isn't laughing as much as the rest of us. That's because she knows the jokes. And all of the jokes were given to her in advance of the dinner by Donna Brazil. Here she is tonight in public, pretending not to hate Catholics.
This is the Howie Carr Show. We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
In the center of the stage tonight, businessman Donald Trump.
I would never give up my microphone. I thought that was disgusting. That showed such weakness. The way he was taken away by 2 young women. The microphone, they just took the whole place over. That will never happen with me. I don't know if I'll do the fighting myself or if other people will. But that was a disgrace. The way I felt badly for him.
You're not supposed to say that somebody graduated last or second to last in their class, because you're supposed to be, like Frank says, very nice. Folks, I want to make America great again. We want to get down to brass tacks. We don't want to listen to his stuff with being politically correct and everything has... We have a lot of work to do.
This is the Howie Carr Show. Send Howie a text to 680 680. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Officer Mark says Johnny Depp sounds like he landed one of those coveted pot tester state jobs. Was it a pot tester state job or a booze tester state job? I think that's more likely. He has issued the usual, if I offended anybody, apologies here. Today's poll question is brought to you by the Parker Store. Trucking companies and general contractors, keep your light to heavy hydraulic equipment running with the Parker Store. The Parker Store will replace your broken hydraulic hose assembly while you wait. Visit theparkerstore.com. That's theparkerstore.com. Steve, what's the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Who are you more likely to trust? Former DNC chair Debbie Wasserman Schultz or former Obama DHS Secretary Jay Johnson?
In this case, Jay Johnson.
86% are with Johnson.
All right. A couple more texts here. Howie, the guy who installed my water heater had his twin boy and girl help him with the installation. They just graduated high school and are apprentices. That's great. I like to hear. I like to hear that.
I like 774. Johnny Depp might have gotten a bad ice cube, but John Cunningham got a bad ice agent.
Or a bad iceberg, let's see here. Howie, 508, off topic, but while listening to Fox and Friends on Channel 114 on my Magic Radio this morning, I heard a promo for Yacht Rock Radio, Channel 17, and the voice sounds suspiciously like your bad John Forbes Carey imitation. My bad John Forbes Carey? How dare you? Can you confirm?
You better watch your microaggressions, bro.
It was not me. I heard that same thing. I was saying that's a pitiful John Forbes Carey.
Wait, you listen to Yacht Rock Radio?
No, I listened to Fox and Friends on Magic Radio, and there was a promo for the Yacht Radio. It's this soft rock station that they have every summer on Magic Radio, just from Memorial Day to Labor Day. And
is that what you listen to when you're on your yacht?
No, I don't have a yacht, and I don't listen to Yacht Radio either, and I don't listen to the new Beatles channel either. I listen to The Groove and Soul Town and the 70s and Seriously Sinatra
and the Glenn
Fox,
Miller channel.
And that's serious. That's the 40s. That's the 40s channel. Marcy, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Marcy.
Hi, Howie.
Hi.
I'm calling from the state of Maine, and I would like to talk with you about, I feel, a lot of confusion that people have between H-1 and H-2B visas.
Yes.
I own a seasonal business in Old Orchard Beach and Naples, and we are struggling. We have no help, and people are confused. An H-1 visa is a high-tech visa. An H-2B visa is a seasonal, temporary visa, and we desperately need these employees to come. We are not taking jobs away from Americans. I have placed
Marcy,
ad after ad.
Let me ask you something. Old Orchard Beach, it's like maybe 8 or 9 miles south of Portland. Maybe not even that much. What about all those bums that are just hanging around smoking pot on Congress Street in Portland? Why won't some of them come down and work for you in Old Orchard Beach?
Well, I mean, Howie, I don't really want a bunch of bums that are smoking pot working in my gift shop necessarily. I mean, I want to have somebody that's got a little personality.
I know, but that was kind of a rhetorical question, Marcy. I mean, why are all these bums hanging out? And if they're not on Congress Street smoking pot, they're just living in mom's basement. I mean, why are we paying these people welfare, and you're having to struggle because you need foreign workers? I mean, why can't we just cut all these people off welfare and get the Americans back to work? What's wrong with that, Marcy?
I couldn't agree with you anymore. I completely agree with you. I want people that work hard. I want Americans to want to work desperately. But the truth of the matter is, a lot of them don't want to work, Howie.
I know.
And after you go through all of the rigmarole to train them, they work for about 3 days. They get their first paycheck. And guess what? They got something better to do than to come in and work. And seasonal businesses, I mean, tourism is supposed to be Maine's #1 industry.
It is. It is the #1 industry. I heard it again when I was at that Maine tourism conference. last month. Thanks for the call, Marcy, and I hope call Representative Poliquin. He's working on getting more visas for the state of Maine. I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
While I'm not at this time a candidate for the presidency, I will decide by June whether or not I will become one. Business Week magazine, which is now Bloomberg Business Week, said in a vote of its readers that Donald Trump was the world's most competitive business person.
Your research says that there are, for immigrants on the whole,
Come on, try getting it out. Try getting it out.
I'll get it out.
I mean, I don't know if you're going to put this on television, but you don't even know what you're talking about. Try getting it out. Go ahead. I know the greatest negotiators in the world. Some are horrible people, horrible human beings. Who cares? Some Wall Street guys, they're brutal, they're miserable. You wouldn't want to go out to dinner. They're terrible people. I love them.
This is the Howie Carr Show. And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 2006, an Australian man tried to sell New Zealand on eBay. The price rose to $3,000 before eBay shut it down. Reed Hastings was inspired to start Netflix after racking up a $40 late fee on a VHS copy of Apollo 13. In Japan, letting a sumo wrestler make your baby cry is considered good luck. The 50-star American flag was designed by an Ohio high school student for a class project. His teacher originally gave him a B-. According to the National Insurance Crime Bureau, the most commonly stolen vehicle in 2012 was the 1994 Honda Accord. The Arkansas School for the Deaf's nickname is the Leopards, the Deaf Leopards.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com. We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And then the market crashed in the 90s. So I had trouble, but it was sort of an amazing, I wouldn't want to do it again. It was an amazing test of yourself. Can you handle pressure? How are you under pressure? Are you smart? You know, when everybody's coming at you.
Sometimes in life, to be successful, oftentimes, most of the time, you have to follow your instincts. You have to follow your gut. You have to. Your parents may say wrong. Your whoever may say wrong, but you have to do it.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but are they really? Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance keeps you informed by posting the voting records of our elected officials. You can log on to our website at massfiscal.org. Click Scorecard to see how your legislator is voting on Beacon Hill. And while you're there, make a donation. And be sure to join our email list so you can stay up to date with the latest information on what's happening at the State House with Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, I'm Howie Carr, and I'm here with Rick Green of the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Wow, Mass Fiscal is really driving the Moonbats crazy.
Who knew putting voting records online would be so controversial? Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but they sure don't vote that way.
Your group is just what this state needs. How can the listeners help you guys?
Just have them visit our website at www.massfiscal.org. They can join our email list and donate if they like. And of course, make sure they check out our scorecard to see how their legislators voted.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Rick Green, Chairman.
He's on your radio and on your smartphone. Download the Howie Carr app on the iTunes or Android app stores. This is the Howie Carr Show.
All right, it's that time of the week. It is Friday afternoon, the 3rd hour, and it is time.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action.
Yes, it's time for Police Blotter Facts Friday. It's powered by Piantadosi Baking Company, celebrating over 100 years of baking excellence since 1916. Police Blotter Facts Friday, as you know, is our weekly contest. We ask you to send in your funny items or stories from your local daily or weekly newspaper. It could be from the police column, the police log, or the police blotter, as they call it in the various papers, or it could be a standalone story about the police. All we ask is that it be somewhat humorous and involve the law enforcement. And you can send your entries into Police Blotter Facts Friday to grace@howiecarrshow.com, grace@howiecarrshow.com, or you can fax them to us. We still have a fax machine, 857-284-8864, 857-284-8864. And at this time, every Friday, Grace reads the best entries of the week, and the two best, absolute best entries of the week, in our opinion, get a nice gift, a nice prize. What do they get this week, Grace?
They're going to get a Very Fake News t-shirt.
Very fake news.
Very fake news.
But everyone can be a winner this week if you go to our Cheap Bastards deal on the website, because we still have a few left of the 5-0 coffee.
Yes, I'm holding up the mug right now. It's delicious coffee.
And it's normally $14.99, but you can buy it for just $7.50. And we also have a few of the $25 gift certificates to the local, and those you'll get for just $12.50. So $25 value, but you get them for $12.50.
I'm so pleased that we have 5-0 coffee now, because Howie usually brings in the cheap Cuban crap.
Yeah,
we don't have to drink that anymore. And this coffee is really good.
He puts it in his Tupperware container.
Which is bizarre. I don't know why he takes it out.
Cheap Cuban stuff?
You buy like the cheapest possible coffee that you can find.
I buy it at Market Basket.
It's flavorful.
And
it's
Steve
made
buys
in Miami.
Fancy Boy coffee.
It's got nothing on the 5-0 coffee. It's got nothing on the 5-0 coffee.
Well, 5-0 coffee is pretty good. It is good. It is.
I'm just excited that we're going to have quality coffee in the studio from now on.
And if you want quality coffee, go to howiecarrshow.com, click deals, and you can get the 5-0 coffee.
And the local is a great string of restaurants in Newton, Wellesley, Woburn, and Wayland. It's in a great place, and you may see me Sunday afternoons hanging out at the bar in Wellesley.
All right, now we have a ton of police blotters to get through, so here we go. Florida woman allegedly stole more than $93,000 in city funds to pay for Brazilian butt lift.
That seems like it's kind of an expensive Brazilian butt lift, isn't it? Usually, don't they go for about $200?
And is the Brazilian butt lift different from the Portuguese butt lift?
Well, the Brazilian butt lift is actually a type of butt augmentation procedure which results in youthful, prominent, perky buttocks. I Googled it.
Here's another elective surgery for Howie.
But it's actually, you're right, Howie. The whole $93,000 was not spent on that. $8,500 was spent on the cosmetic procedure.
That still seems like a lot.
But I thought you'd like this, Howie, because it might remind you of another person who was funneling money. Clark reportedly told coworkers that she had a boyfriend that would purchase her things as a way to explain her extravagant lifestyle.
Is she running for Congress in Florida? Oh, yikes. She does look a little bit like Corinne Brown.
How'd the butt lift turn out?
I think she didn't have any problems with it. I think that she went to a good doctor. I mean, $8,500, she definitely was going to a legit doctor. Man gets murdered for trying to film his threesome. A really sad story out of New York.
It's his threesome.
Yes. He was having a threesome.
Was he with two women or were there two guys and a woman?
I know he was with a man and a woman. And he tried to film it, and so the woman left. And then she called up her man friend, and he sent over two guys with bats and knives. And they killed this guy in the lobby.
What about the other guy?
The other guy, I think, just went home. He wasn't very upset by it. Florida man's mousetrap plot fails. Big league.
So he didn't build a better mousetrap, is what you're telling me.
This was so crazy. So this guy thought that his prostitute neighbor and his drug dealer neighbor were stealing his mail. So he
lived in a really upscale neighborhood, in other words.
Well, he ratted them out to the police, and then he thought as revenge they were going through his mail. So as revenge on them, he stuck a mousetrap inside of his mailbox, and he said he planned on telling the postal service deliverer that...
Also known as a mailman.
Well, it was a mail woman.
Okay.
He planned on telling the mail woman about the mousetrap, but she came at a different time and on a different route that day. So, his plan went awry, and she stuck her hand in, and it clamped down on her hand. Luckily for him, she did not press charges. But now he's saying that he's So the post office said, your punishment is that we will no longer deliver your mail. You have to come in and get it. But he's handicapped, and he said, complaining that a lack of transportation would make it difficult for him to retrieve his mail, Dibble complained, "I am the victim." That was his quote.
What happened to the prostitute and the drug dealer? Are they still planning to kill him?
That's what I was wondering. You had a rat using a rat trap.
Avocado thieves steal $300,000 worth of fruit from California ripening facility.
So $300,000 worth of avocados? That could put a real dent in the guacamole supply.
Yes,
so what is that, like 300 avocados?
Well, what happened was they worked at Mission Produce in California, and I guess their names are Joseph Valenzuela and Rahim LeBlanc and Carlos Chavez. And they reportedly have been conducting unauthorized cash sales from the facility itself. They were selling them for about $20 or $30 a box, but they normally go for around $50. People really love avocados right now. They're super trendy.
Is the D word involved there? Detainer?
No.
Ice detainer?
No, Howie.
No ice detainers on that one?
No ice detainers are mentioned.
I'm disappointed.
Naked man pummels Arizona trooper's vehicle, crashes car.
Come on, Steve. Wake up.
Beware of the naked man.
Another kind of sad story. A naked man was driving with his son when he rammed
with his son.
When he
How old was his son?
Well, it doesn't matter how old his son was. Was his son also naked?
No, his son was 4. Just a little kid. And so the cop found the car and then saw this guy running around. The trooper discovered a black BMW sedan that was blocking traffic in one lane. A nude, his name is Montrez Boyd Sr. I'm assuming the son was
Comes the
junior.
recurring question. Where's the D word?
No, a nude Boyd ran toward the trooper's vehicle and struck the patrol car with his fist. The trooper drove away and stopped in front of the sedan, but the guy got away and started going the wrong way on the highway. And then he crashed into a rock embankment, so they caught him.
Won't nobody help a naked man.
Man sets underwear on fire, prompts evacuation at Walgreens.
After he set his underwear on fire, was he a naked man?
It doesn't say. I would assume yes, but his name is Andrew Cheadle, and he was caught and arrested on 2 felony warrants out of Sacramento. But he was not charged with arson due to the reason he lit his pants on fire. He said he had an accident and was trying to get his underwear off, but couldn't. So he used a lighter to burn them off. But then he threw the...
Was alcohol involved in this incident?
No, I don't think so. It was only 9:20 a.m.
Come on, you've never tried to use fire to disrobe?
Man dies.
What does being 9:20 a.m. have to do with it, by the way?
Man dies while meditating face down in river. Some people go to extremes to separate themselves from the distractions of everyday life. This guy, Yov Timmer, he's 33. On Friday, they were alerted to a drowning when he stuck his face in the river.
Drowning?
A drowning. That's a new one on us.
What would you say? Drowned?
Drowning.
Drown. Oh, I put a D in it. Oh, sorry. That was just a slip of the tongue. Pennsylvania man convicted of murdering friend after he called him SpongeBob SquarePants. Robert S. Lee stabbed Jamal Britton
Jamal?
Yes. At a Lewisburg apartment complex. The Union County jury of 6 men and 6 women deliberated for a little more than an hour Wednesday afternoon. So I guess he called him, he said, "You look like SpongeBob SquarePants." So maybe the guy had like a square-shaped face. But I have a picture of SpongeBob, Howie, in case you know.
I know what SpongeBob SquarePants looks like. Jay from Chelsea goes back to the threesome and he says, so the other guy got off?
Oh, God. Jay. Woman bites Spencer's employee while trying to steal stripper pole. Do you know what Spencer's is?
No.
Okay, Spencer's is like this really weird store.
If they sell stripper poles, it must be pretty weird.
Yeah, they sell all sorts of weird stuff, like weird stuffed animals.
What's the difference between a stripper pole and any other kind of damn pole?
I think a stripper pole has a base, but it doesn't reach the ceiling. Actually, I don't know. I guess if you spin around it, that makes it a stripper pole. But this lady tried to steal one, and the employee was already suspicious of her because she's stolen stuff before. So she came in to return something and said, instead of store credit, I want that stripper pole. And the lady said, you don't have enough money for that stripper pole on the store credit. And so she tried to make off with it.
Where did this happen?
This happened in Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Yeah.
Was Bill Clinton coming back to the state? Is that why she needed to buy a stripper pole?
Farmer dies after drunken fight with pig. A 60-year-old man has died.
Wait, who was drunk, the farmer or the pig?
It doesn't say, but this happened in Mexico. He died after a drunken fight with a pig, which saw that his privates got totally like dunzo. I'm not going to even describe it, but
totally dunzo.
Totally dunzo. This guy was already done before he was done.
Was he trying something with the pig?
I don't know, but he got...
That led the pig to get grouchy?
Well, at least he didn't drown it.
The farmer Miguel Añejo Pablo was rushed to a hospital in Mexico after suffering the horrific injuries, but medics were unable to save his life. It is not known why he got into the fight with the animal.
Actually, Howie, it does sound like he was drowned in some tequila.
Oh, well, it says it was a drunken brawl with the pig. He returned from a party. And the pig bit his fingers off, too. Fitness model killed in freak whipped cream accident.
See, this is the one I told you about yesterday. I thought you would get a whole column out of this.
Hey, Howie, 808 says, a stripper pole has a built-in antimicrobial covering.
Thanks for the clarification.
A French fitness model died in a freak accident with a whipped cream dispenser. This has been all over the news. Her name is Rebecca Berger.
She was good looking.
Yeah, she has more than 156,000 followers on Instagram, and she was killed when a defective whipped cream dispenser exploded and struck her in the chest. And she ultimately died of cardiac arrest.
After I read that story yesterday, I checked 2 cans of whipped cream in my refrigerator. I don't think they're defective.
No, I think it was one of the high end ones where you load in the CO2 cartridges. It wasn't like a thing of Ready Whip.
Oh, gotcha. And it was a French brand. A man threatened to shoot off his privates after argument with wife. Interesting tactic by this guy. He says that his wife was not having sex with him. So he said, if I'm not using it, I might as well shoot it off. And then he went into the back room and he discharged 4 bullets. Luckily, they just hit the ground, but still, he's in a lot of trouble.
I'm guessing alcohol was involved in this incident.
He admitted to drinking a 12-pack of beer that day and started drinking about noon. His wife caught him looking at porn on the internet, and that's when she started yelling at him, and he started yelling at her, saying, well, what do you expect me to do? One more before we break. Woman maces 3 Wendy's workers during dispute over fresh French fries. Her one request was that the French fries be fresh, and when they weren't, she tried to reach in to the woman at the drive-thru. So the woman threw a soda at her, and she grabbed her mace, and she maced all 3.
By the way, Grace, what was the name of the pig?
Wilbur.
Okay, Grace. I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show continues next.
When your business... We here at Matthews Brothers are still learning about this whole social media thing. After all, we're 163 years old and just barely got used to videotapes. One thing we've learned is, while being followed walking down the street is not necessarily a good thing, being followed on Facebook is. At least we think it must be, since the 2 top Facebook pages are Facebook and Facebook for Phones. Anyway, for no particular reason, we decided this year we're going to increase the number of people who follow us on Facebook. And not just anybody. No, sir. We want people just like you. Now, you might be saying, Matthews Brothers, why me? I'm not a builder, remodeler, architect, or typical homeowner considering purchasing windows in the next 6 months to 1 year. Why should I follow you? Good question. Because by following us, you just may win one of 10 fishing trips aboard the fishing vessel Hard Merchandise with Captain Dave Marciano. That's why. Boom! You can learn all the details, but only...
It's gonna be a Subaru summer. The feeling is coming on strong. All summer long.
The Subaru Summer All-Wheel Drive Away is going on now. Make the most of sweet summertime in a brand new all-wheel drive Subaru Impreza. With the most passenger space in its class, the possibilities are endless. During Subaru Summer, you can buy a well-equipped Impreza for only $18,395. With up to 38 miles per gallon highway, the Impreza was made for unrestricted fun. Plus, with a Starlink multimedia system featuring Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, and Pandora app integration standard, there's never a dull moment in the all-new Impreza. This summer, drive away in a well-equipped all-wheel drive Subaru Impreza for only $18,395. For complete details and a list of Subaru retailers, visit SubaruofNewEngland.com. Don't miss the Subaru Summer All-Wheel Drive Away.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 1999, the U.S. government paid the Zapruder family $16 million for the film of JFK's assassination. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know, but on average, a licking machine made at Purdue needed 364. Famed ice cream makers Ben and Jerry originally considered getting into the bagel business, but the equipment was too expensive. In 1980, Detroit presented Saddam Hussein with a key to the city. In 1986, iPhone maker Apple launched a clothing line. Between 1900 and 1920, tug of war was an Olympic event.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com. And now, 60 seconds of liberals freaking out over the election of Donald J. Trump.
You're awake, by the way. You're not having a terrible, terrible dream. Also, you're not dead and you haven't gone to hell. This is your life now. This is our election now. This is us. This is our country.
This is a different Earth today than it was 24 hours ago. It's a different place because it just is different.
The woman who President Obama called the most qualified person ever to run for the White House couldn't break through. The question remains, who can?
Deeper concerns tonight that the world's shining light of democracy has gone dark.
Decency lost last night, and that's what's so hurtful about this.
This was a white lash. This was a white lash against a changing country. It was a white lash against a black president in part. And that's the part where the pain comes.
How do we explain how this is possible?
How did this happen?
Trump derangement syndrome. It's a real thing, folks.
Hey there. Quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. Nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to nature'syouth.com. That's nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com.
He might not know how to copy and paste, but he's figured out how to tweet. Follow Howie on Twitter at Howie Carr Show. Now, back to Howie Carr.
Back to Police Blotter Facts Friday here. We got a couple of winners. I think you got time for a couple of runners up there. You got like 4 minutes there, Grace.
Okay. I will read one of my runners up, which you gave to me, Howard. Road rage turns into ice retainer for Lin Man.
Lin Man.
This is out of Marblehead.
And now we have the D word coming in to play.
Yes, definitely in this situation for Anasleto Rene Juarez.
Lin Man.
He was involved in an accident with a gray Nissan while driving his nephew's truck. And it was a hit-and-run accident report, and it was turned into an ice retainer. And now
detainer.
What did I say?
Retainer.
No, I said detainer. Oh, no, it says retainer on here.
Oh, shame on the Lynn item or whoever did this story.
Aha. But, yeah, so now he's facing 5 counts of assault and battery with a dangerous weapon and leaving the scene of a personal injury accident and malicious damage to a motor vehicle over $250. This guy's in a lot of trouble.
Does it have his address? Because usually when you have Lin Man arrested and they give his address, it turns out it's apartment 5 or apartment 6.
It says 81 Sagamore Street, apartment 3.
Okay, apartment 3. Okay.
And I guess he went into the police to tell them, but then when they looked him up, they said, oh, no, you're in a lot of trouble. And he's been transported.
This is why the community won't reach out to report themselves for drunken road rage incidents, right?
Yes, exactly. Now, this is one of our winners. Ex-politician admits he fondled 103-year-old mother-in-law's breasts.
Yikes. Is he a Democrat or a Republican?
It just says Pennsylvania politician. He's been...
Well, then I think we know.
Yeah, I think if it doesn't say Republican, I think we can pretty much draw a conclusion that well, go ahead.
He's been convicted of an indecent assault after admitting that he fondled the breasts of his 103-year-old mother-in-law suffering from dementia, and he calls it the biggest mistake of his life. He says it was a stupid, harmless act. It was just something that I shouldn't have done. My reputation is destroyed. My business is destroyed. But he admits that it happened twice, which is the part of the story I don't understand. He says it was the biggest mistake of my life, but it happened 2 times.
How did he get caught?
I guess the people, they must have had cameras.
How old is he? I'm looking at his mugshot. He's no spring chicken.
He is 75. But still, it's still bad. She's 103. He says...
Does he know Ted Kennedy?
He does not say. He says, my intent was to hug her and love her and let her know I was there.
Yikes. That's what she was afraid. That's why she started screaming.
He said, I thought for shock value, I could get her to say something, let her know I was there. And one of the police said, that's exactly what he said. I do it to get her going. That is what he said. Something to that effect. Creepy. Holding it up for the Howie cam.
Is this going to affect his pension?
Hopefully it does, but probably not. And our final winner, Howie, which I think is the most Howie story I've ever heard. Canada police investigate theft of mummified human toe served in drinks. So at first I thought...
How does that remind you of me?
Well, listen when I describe the toe to you. It's they stick it in the whiskey and cocktail drinks, and I guess if you drink your drink at this place called the Downtown Hotel...
Remind me never to go there, by the way.
But I think you get a free drink or something. You get on, a wall or something like that. But they serve it with a blackened toe, nail and all.
Toe.
It's a Howie Carr cocktail.
It's a bobbing inside. Those who manage to touch the gnarled, severed toe to their lips earn a certificate.
Gnarled toe.
But one guy asked if he could have a drink with the toe in it after the time. So I guess they allow 2 hours a day. They say you can drink with the toe for these 2 hours. And
you can drink with the toe.
Yes. And he said...
Do you have to buy a drink for the toe?
Well, no, the toe...
You reuse the toe. It's the same toe over and over again.
But here's the
cocktail.
thing, Steve. This is the interesting thing. The guy snuck off with the toe, and they're so angry with him because they think he's a lowlife. And they said, we've lost toes before.
Come to that conclusion?
They said, we've lost toes before, and we have a couple of backup toes, but we really need this one back. It was a good toe.
Thank you, Grace. I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
How do you spend $1 million doing the soccer field? You have a level piece of land. Throw them a ball, let them play soccer if they have to play it all. We don't want to listen to his stuff with being politically correct and everything has to... We have a lot of work to do. 10 years ago, everybody wanted the wall. The Democrats, the Republicans, they couldn't get it. You know one of the reasons they couldn't get it? Environmental impact statements. Did you know that? There were toads. It's the most incredible thing. Number one, I wouldn't even think about anything until I built a wall impenetrable. There will be nobody coming into this country illegally. But our people don't have a clue. We give state dinners to the heads of China. I say, why are you doing state dinners for them? They're ripping us left and right. Just take them to McDonald's and go back to the negotiating table. Seriously.
This is the Howie Carr Show. We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And I've known Hillary for a long time. This is the first time ever, that Hillary is sitting down and speaking to major corporate leaders and not getting paid for it. We've learned so much from WikiLeaks. For example, Hillary believes that it's vital to deceive the people by having one public policy and a totally different policy in private. Now, I'm told Hillary went to confession before tonight's event. But the priest was having a hard time when he asked her about her sins, and she said she couldn't remember 39 times.
This is the Howie Carr Show. The Howie Carr Show continues next. And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 1999, the U.S. government paid the Zapruder family $16 million for the film of JFK's assassination. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know, but on average, a licking machine made at Purdue needed 364. Famed ice cream makers Ben and Jerry originally considered getting into the bagel business, but the equipment was too expensive. In 1980, Detroit presented Saddam Hussein with a key to the city. In 1986, iPhone maker Apple launched a clothing line. Between 1900 and 1920, tug of war was an Olympic event.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
While I'm not at this time a candidate for the presidency, I will decide by June whether or not I will become one. Business Week magazine, which is now Bloomberg Business Week, said in a vote of its readers that Donald Trump was the world's most competitive business person.
Your research says that there are, for immigrants on the whole,
Come on, try getting it out. Try getting it out.
I'll get it out.
I mean, I don't know if you're going to put this on television, but you don't even know what you're talking about. Try getting it out. Go ahead. I know the greatest negotiators in the world. Some are horrible people, horrible human beings. Who cares? Some Wall Street guys, they're brutal, they're miserable. You wouldn't want to go out to dinner. They're terrible people. I love them.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numana, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numana are known for high-quality, great-tasting GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 1999, the U.S. government paid the Zapruder family $16 million for the film of JFK's assassination. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know, but on average, a licking machine made at Purdue needed 364. Famed ice cream makers Ben and Jerry originally considered getting into the bagel business, but the equipment was too expensive. In 1980, Detroit presented Saddam Hussein with a key to the city. In 1986, iPhone maker Apple launched a clothing line. Between 1900 and 1920, tug of war was an Olympic event.
This has been 6 Fun Facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
Better strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
It's just a question. I'm not insinuating anything. By the way, this is going to be in the press. It'll be horrible. But I like that you're all a part of it. When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
Live from an undisclosed location.
Bill Montag was talking about U.S. Representative Steve Scalise after he was shot practicing for the congressional baseball game.
I'm glad he got shot. Dude, I'm not going to that in public. You don't have well, then what are you saying it to us for?
Say something. Say something.
What are you telling us for?
I wish he was dead.
Unchained and unstoppable.
But when he found out that that there may be tapes out there, whether it's governmental tapes or anything else, and who knows, I think his story may have changed. I mean, you'll have to take a look at that, because then he has to tell what actually took place at the events. And my story didn't change. My story was always a straight story. My story was always the truth.
Who's your captain? Howie Carr.
Can you elaborate more on what the DHS's connection with the DNC was, or consultation with the DNC was after you became aware of the hacking and they became aware of the hacking, as to what was offered them, what they accepted? Was there any level of cooperation at all?
To my disappointment, not to my knowledge, sir.
You put out a statement afterward basically saying that Jay Johnson was wrong. Where is he wrong?
He's wrong in every respect.
Secretary Johnson says the DNC rebuffed the help that they offered. You're saying that no one ever contacted you.
Respectfully, Secretary Johnson is utterly misinformed. That is simply not accurate.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
844-500-4242. 844-500-4242. This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by Captain Parker's Chowder. If you love New England clam chowder, I highly recommend Captain Parker's Chowder. Find it at a supermarket near you. Thanks from the bottom of the bowl. We like to keep you informed about local happenings with the kleptocracy that is Massachusetts state government. And today we have some sound cuts from the recent Democrat Issues Convention. I believe it was held in Worcester. And what this is a couple of thousand payroll patriots and layabouts and EBT card recipients and Obama phone owners gather, and they discuss how are they going to soak people who work for a living. This you might call a gathering of the non-working classes as they try to figure out a way to rob the working classes. And so, as you know, we're coming up on a governor's race next year. We have the Rhino, Charlie Baker, Republican in name only, the incumbent, and a bunch of Democrats are lining up. A bunch of pygmies are lining up to run against Tal Duvall. And they were out there in Worcester trying to sell their wares, getting ready for next year's Democratic convention where they have to get 15% to get on the ballot, and then the primary, I think, in September of 2018. So we're gonna play some sound cuts here. These are some of the people who were there. One of them is named Bob Massey. And again, if you've never heard any of these people, don't feel bad about it. You may have heard. I think Bob Massey ran for lieutenant governor 4 years ago. I could be wrong. I'm not sure. But anyway, it's not important because he's not going to be the nominee for governor this next time anyway. But boy, has he got a red hot platform to run on here. Cut number 2.
Are you ready to bar campaign contributions from fossil fuel companies, raise the minimum wage to $15, obtain paid family and medical leave, pass the fair share tax, and fight the deadly disease of inequality that is slowly strangling us?
I didn't know that was a big problem. Fossil fuel companies donating to political candidates. Is Charlie Baker taking money from ExxonMobil or Shell or BP or Marathon or any oil companies? Is anybody else taking money from oil companies? I'm not familiar with that. And of course, the fair share tax, that's what they're calling the graduated income tax. And again, we've talked about this before, and we'll talk a lot more about it as time goes on. This is the tax where they want to have a graduated income tax. So they want to have, if you make over $1 million a year, they would put a 4% surcharge on your tax. So instead of a little over 5% tax, it would be a little over 9%. So every other state that's ever tried this, the number of people that are making whatever the threshold number is immediately declines by like 50%. And the people who are really making the big money, they're the people who get out first. But the Democrats are really into this. That's why they're calling it the fair share tax. It's a fair share tax because it's not fair. Just like the Affordable Care Act, the Obamacare was called affordable because it's not affordable. So that's Bob Massey. He's he's one of the candidates for governor. Now this next one is a guy who worked for Small Duvall, Jay Gonzalez. I think he was the budget director or he was some kind of code holder for Small Duvall. And he's pandering to, well, you got to hear for yourself who he's pandering to.
Whether you are from Boston or from Springfield, whether you're a Syrian refugee or transgender, I see you, I believe in you. Let's aim high!
Let's aim high. And he can barely look over the podium. So he said if you're from Boston or from Springfield, if you're a transgender or a Syrian refugee, does anybody else live in the state other than people who live in Boston or Springfield or Syrian refugees or transgendered people?
I think he left out illegal immigrants.
He did. He come to think of it. Yeah. Why didn't he mention the fair share tax? Everybody's supposed to mention the fair share tax.
And just so people have context for this, we pulled these cuts this morning from a video that the Democrats put out. Apparently, this is like supposed to be an ad for the Democratic Party. These are the best parts of the convention that they wanted to tout.
This was all day. This thing went on all day long, and these were the best, most electable sound cuts, most politically attractive audio that they could come up with. Okay, next we have, this guy may be more familiar to you. This is the mayor of Newton, Seti Warren. And again, we're going to go back to the so-called fair share tax. And of course, you could afford this money. Anyone could afford this money. And don't ever think that this money will go to anything other than transportation, meaning T pensions, or education, meaning the teachers' unions. And don't ever think that just because the tax revenues are going to crater once this fair share tax is passed, they're never going to come after people making, $50,000 a year. They'll never do that. They're Democrats. You can trust them. They're not like the others. Here's Mayor Seti Warren of Newton.
Democrats know that a single-payer healthcare system is the best way.
Yeah, ask Vermont. Ask California.
It's a basic right for all people.
Basic right.
We need new revenue.
New revenue. That means you need less money in your pocket so hacks can have more money. So those T employees that you read about in the Herald earlier this week who have a pension and they're making six figures for working for the so-called retirement fund, which has been giving money to Ponzi schemes and then not checking on them. We need more revenue.
We need to ask those who make a little more than $1 million a year, $20,000 a week, to pay a little more. It's time to make public college free in Massachusetts.
Not just for illegal aliens, but for Americans too. I know that's a radical position to take here among the layabouts and roustabouts of the Massachusetts Democrat Party, but I say free stuff for Americans in addition to free stuff for illegal aliens. And free John Cunningham, too. Let him go out and rip off some more people in Roslindale.
What courage it takes for Seti Warren to run on the free stuff for everybody platform. So bold.
Okay, so we do have one elected official here. It's Mr. Frosty himself, and we'll need the music, Steve. We'll need the Mr. Frosty music underneath him when he speaks. Okay, we can't do that. Here's Senator Mr. Frosty Ed Markey.
Donald Trump is uniting the Democratic Party in a way that it has not been united in a generation.
Yeah, it's so united. The runner-up for the Democratic nomination last year is not even a Democrat. His wife has hired lawyers to fight off a federal probe of her career as a college president. The House Speaker is under fire. Democrat congressmen want to throw her out as not the Speaker, as the leader, the minority leader of the Democrat Party.
It's safe to say Nancy Pelosi is embattled.
Yes, she's definitely embattled. Jay Johnson, the former Obama Homeland Security Director, is being accused of being a liar by the former chairman of the Democrat National Committee, Debbie Wasserman Blabbermouth Schultz. The Democrat Party has never, ever been so united.
The Boston Patriots.
Yes. 413. Steve, why is the last hour of Howie Carr's show doom and gloom bad news? How about leaving the week on a good note for once?
This isn't doom and gloom.
This is the same guy who said last night was doom and gloom. I'm trying to amuse people. I think these are amusing cuts that we've just played. We've got some more amusing stuff coming out of the next break. Doom and gloom. What's this all about? This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by General Communications. Not all cloud-based business telephone systems are created. I'm Howie Carr.
Hang on. The Howie Carr Show returns next.
What the Yes on One campaign represents is people coming together and fighting back against the politicians that have failed them. Now I'm calling on the people to unite and take on an even greater fight. We have a senior senator that seems to be more interested in promoting herself than working for the people of Massachusetts. And if I decide to make this run for the United States Senate, I promise you this. You'll have somebody who will work every day, will not write a book, will be doing everything I can to make sure that I represent your interests. I listen to you. I take that down.
Times call for modern solutions. Do what I did and call General Communications. They'll design the perfect cloud-based phone system from ShoreTel. ShoreTel, brilliantly simple. Call 1-800-4-GENERAL or click on the General Communications ad at HowieCarrShow.com.
Don't crumble when Republicans or Democrats put pressure on me, because I haven't done it on Beacon Hill, and I promise I won't do it in Washington, D.C.
411.com.
Hi, folks. Let's wind the clocks back 60 years. Food was different. Food provided health and nutrition, and using supplements was minimal. Unfortunately, now we have chemicals, GMOs, herbicides, and pesticides that can be quite lethal in the name of our food supply, and of course the ever-loving dollar. Supplementing our diets can be very important to stay healthy. Cleansing from daily intruders to the body might be critical. Live strong and take charge. Log on to getthetea.com. Our herbal tea is a great way to cleanse from intruders. Our supplements is a great way to maintain and improve your health. When your health is not up to par, go to getthetea.com. No GMOs, no fillers, and organic, and very helpful in keeping you at the top of your game. Life is too short to feel, you know what I mean. Stay in the game, at the top of your game with getthetea.com. That's getthetea.com. Again, getthetea.com.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lawrence Carr, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarrshow.com. Click store. HowieCarrshow.com. Click store. Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lawrence Carr, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarrshow.com. Click store. HowieCarrshow.com. Click store.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
Want to spend a day in studio with Howie Carr? Get to HowieCarrshow.com and click store to get tickets to Howie's in-studio VIP experience. Now, back to Howie Carr.
Today's poll question is brought to you by The Parker Store. Trucking companies and general contractors, keep your light to heavy hydraulic equipment running with The Parker Store. The Parker Store will replace your broken hydraulic hose assembly while you wait. Visit theparkerstore.com. That's theparkerstore.com. Steve took an early slide this evening, so Grace is now on the board. Grace, what is the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Who are you more likely to trust? Former DNC Chair Debbie Wasserman Schultz or former Obama DHS Secretary Jeh Johnson?
You pronounced it phonetically, Grace.
Yeah, that's how it's spelled. So that's how I like to say it. Jeh Johnson.
I think it's pronounced Jay. That's the way I've always heard it pronounced. Anyway, I like Jay Johnson. I believe Jay Johnson because he's reinforcing what I believe.
86% of people agree with you.
Hasn't moved an iota all afternoon long. It started out 3 hours ago at 86, and it still is at 86%. Colleen, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Colleen.
Oh, Howie, I'm nauseous listening to those cuts. It's like they're in a competition to be more dysfunctional than the one before them.
Yeah, it's like they're pandering. They're trying to out-pander one another, you know?
It's like, did you ever hear like little kids argue, like, I'm going to do this to you, and I'm going to do this, and then the next one comes back and says those two things plus two more. And as far as Debbie Wasserman, I thought we would never have to look at that beast again after she was fired from the convention.
Yeah.
I mean, she and her whole family are corrupt. Her parents went to jail for tax evasion.
You know, the thing is, this is, you know, it's not just Jay Johnson saying this stuff. The New York Times, the very fake news New York Times had a story about how the FBI called up the DNC and said, you got a problem with these hacks. They called up the Republicans, too. And the Republicans, hired a cybersecurity company, and the DNC never even called back the FBI. Yeah. I mean, this isn't just one guy saying this. Everybody agrees the DNC didn't do anything. And then she has the audacity to go up there and say, Jay Johnson is lying.
Because she thinks her voice is still powerful. Her voice is not powerful at all. Yeah. She was lucky to even get elected in Florida. That was one of the races I watched because I was so hoping. I kept saying to my husband, I hope that, you know what, loses. I can't stand her.
Well, she was running against this college professor in the primary, and now he says he thinks his emails were hacked. Did you see this? This came out this week, and he said, you know what, I'm so angry at her because I think she hacked my emails. I'm going to run against her again next year. I hope he does.
They are so corrupt. They are so corrupt. And what's even worse than their corruption is the audacity of their denial of their corruption.
Yeah.
And people need to wake up in this state because I am tired of having illegals put before me when I work 10 hours a day. I'm done. Next time anybody says I'm going after the Syrian refugees or as they call them, the immigrants, not the illegals, the immigrants, they're done in my book. Done.
Well, he's just not only going to represent the Syrian refugees, he's also going to represent transgendered people, though, and people in Boston and Springfield nobody from Agawam, nobody from Milton, nobody from Bristol County, just people from Boston and Springfield.
That shows you the depth of his understanding of demographics, what he thinks are the really rich and what he thinks are the lower class, the people from Springfield.
I know exactly. It's pander bear. You know, the late Senator Paul Tsongas. You know, he used to talk about the Democrats are, they're not panda bears, they're pander bears, and that's what those guys are. And again, what is it?
His wife is one of the biggest panda bears.
Right. Nikki Tsongas. She got elected to Congress so she could go to cocktail parties in Georgetown. She lived in Charlestown and pretending to live in Lowell. You know, at least Ossoff admitted that he didn't live in the district. Nikki Tsongas, when she first ran, she thought she rented a mattress in Lowell and claimed she lived there, and she was living in Charlestown.
Yeah. Well, she looks like she's had too many dinners at the D.C. Capitol Grill. I don't know about you.
Thank you, Colleen. Keep listening. I'm glad. I didn't play those cuts to depress anybody. I thought they were amusing. I still think they were amusing. I thought the stuff last night about the stoners being angry about getting hit with the 28% tax. I thought that was amusing too, but that's just one guy, out in the 413 area code. By the way, Jay from Chelsea said that he tried to he bought Elizabeth Warren a birthday present yesterday, a peace pipe, and then they charged him a 28% tax on it. Get it? The The new pot tax.
Jeff from Chelsea is so funny.
Yeah. That's his new name, is Jeff from Chelsea. By the way, they have canceled the broadcast of the David Ortiz roast on Nessun. It was too obscene. It was yesterday, and it was just too obscene. It won't be broadcast this or any other weekend because much of the humor was wildly vulgar and profane. I can't believe that. I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
How do you spend $1 million doing the soccer field? You have a level piece of land. Throw them a ball, let them play soccer if they have to play it all. We don't want to listen to his stuff with being politically correct and everything has to. We have a lot of work to do. 10 years ago, everybody wanted the wall. The Democrats, the Republicans, they couldn't get it. You know one of the reasons they couldn't get it? Environmental impact statements. Did you know that? There were toads. It's the most incredible thing. Number one, I wouldn't even think about anything until I built a wall, impenetrable. There will be nobody coming into this country illegally. But our people don't have a clue. We give state dinners to the heads of China. I say, why are you doing state dinners for them? They're ripping us left and right. Just take them to McDonald's and go back to the negotiating table. Seriously.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap. But did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck, when you get charged with committing a fake hate crime? Will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
And now, a bunch of random facts with Grace.
It is impossible to sneeze with your eyes open. The placement of a donkey's eyes in its head enables it to see all 4 feet at all times. Months that begin on a Sunday will always have a Friday the 13th. What is called a French kiss in the English-speaking world is known as an English kiss in France. Birds don't urinate, but they do poop. Let me tell you, you can't kill yourself by holding your breath. So that's good. A woman from California once tried to sue the makers of Cap'n Crunch because the Crunch berries contained no berries of any kind. In Japan, crooked teeth are considered cute and attractive. A Swedish woman lost her wedding ring and found it 16 years later, growing on a carrot in her garden. The toothpaste Colgate in Spanish translates to, go hang yourself.
This has been a bunch of random facts with Grace. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and blogs at HowieCarrshow.com. Read the uncut edition of Howie's latest Boston Herald column at HowieCarrshow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
This hour of the Howie Carr Show is brought to you today in part by Moricello Blackberry Cello Liqueur. Stop by any New Hampshire State liquor store for a bottle and visit blackcovebeverages.com for refreshing summertime drink recipes. Moricello Blackberry Cello Liqueur. 1-844-500-4242. There was an interesting story in the Herald today, splashed with it, and I'm not sure it was worthy of splashing because the story shows that fewer and fewer people are watching local TV news. And this has been a long time phenomenon since people started getting more cable options to watch in the morning. And then it wasn't just cable, it's, your smartphone or your tablet or, anything other than watching local TV news. It used to be that it was a really big thing to watch local TV news. I mean, it was... if you were on local TV news, you were kind of a celebrity. Well, I worked for Channel 7, so I wasn't really a celebrity back in those days. But if you worked for Channels 4 or 5 in the 70s or the 80s, maybe even into the 90s, people knew who you were, or at least people in the people at the Somerset Club didn't know who you were, or the Country Club didn't know who you were, but people in the in sort of the more working class areas knew who you were.
You know who I am?
I noticed it as a reporter. I'd go into a housing project and people, hey, Howie, how you doing? Howie, how you doing? I'd go to a nicer neighborhood. Nobody had a clue who I was. I couldn't get arrested. But anyway. But now nobody is watching TV news. So I just want to ask you, we'll just do a little, nostalgia for the old days of TV news. And you can talk about when you stop watching TV news or if you watch any TV news. And, as you know, Channel 7 lost its NBC affiliation at the start of the year. And then they basically went to all syndicated programming like Family Feud. And then they do a lot of newscasts, and they're kind of hanging on, but they're starting to drop a lot. And then NBC, Comcast couldn't buy Channel 7. Ed Anson wanted too much money for it, so NBC patched together this quilt of stations, and they call it NBC Boston. And I'd even forgotten that they existed until earlier this week. I saw that J.C. Monahan was hired, and she's been around for a long time. She worked for Channel 5. I remember when she was the weather girl, the meteorologist, and then she got into news, and now she's going to work for Boston, NBC Boston or whatever it is. But I just get the feeling very few people are watching any of these newscasts anymore. And tell me if I'm wrong, or tell me, do you ever watch these newscasts anymore? And so it's funny too that Fox 25, they got rid of all the people that you like to watch, like VB, like Maria Stefanos, like Mike Bodette, the investigative reporter. Not everybody. I mean, there's some people there I like that are good people. Sharman Sacchetti is gone now to Channel 7, but most of the people you knew at Channel 25 are gone. So they decided that their ratings cratered, and they decided the problem was they were Fox 25, that somehow that was dragging them down. Come on. So now they've changed their name to Boston 25, and they had a quote-unquote uptick. They got half the numbers they did 3 or 4 years ago, but then they've had a slight uptick in the May sweeps. So they say it's because they changed their name. Come on, give me a break. Give me a break. But anyway, there's a story here today about this. We're going to take some calls. People want to talk about this. Viewers are abandoning Boston's TV news at an alarming rate, ratings comparison show, forcing 5 stations to compete for an ever-shrinking audience. Over the past 7 years, overall viewership in Boston area has dropped by more than 140,000 people. Listen to this. At New England Cable News, for example, just 1,200 viewers in the all-important 25 to 54 demographic tuned in last month on average to the station's noon news. I'm guessing, I'm surprised it was that many. in the 25 to 54. I mean, aren't most people in the 25 to 54-year-old demographic working? And if you're not working, if you're a layabout on welfare, and you have an Obama phone, you're probably not watching New England cable news. Do you still watch the local newscast? We'll take some calls on this, and I'll read you some of these numbers as we go through the hour. Mark, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Mark.
Hey, Howie. Listen, I'm 53. When I grew up, my best friend's father, man, and it was Channel 13 down in St. Pete, Florida, Tampa, Florida. And he was a celebrity. I mean, he was like, when he came home, my friend and I would stay up and we'd watch Shock Theater after the late news. And we would wait up for him to come home. And I was so young, I was probably like 8. But to see him on TV and then to see him walk through my best friend's door, I was like, wow. Like, how did that happen? But anywhere we went with him, everybody knew us.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. You if you were an anchor, especially, you were a big shot. I remember it even in all the newspapers had TV critics. I remember we hired a TV critic at the Herald who'd been working at USA Today, and we brought her back. And the editor said, this is going to, we were at like 360 circulation, which I hate to tell you what our circulation is now. This will get us over 400,000 because she can write about, TV news. And, when somebody would get fired, Mark, or someone would get hired from one station to another, it would be front page news in the newspapers. Remember that? Remember those days?
It was like devastating. Yeah, it was like devastating. It was a part of your family or something. But something real funny, his name was Paul. And the name of the radio or the TV station was Pulse 13, and I thought they named it after him. But now I don't listen to the news anymore because it's so much garbage. It's like their market is kindergartners, and it's so dumbed down that it makes you feel stupid. And so I just dig for the real stuff when I can, Fox News, and of course I listen to you. So anyway, thanks very much, Howie.
Hey, thanks for the call, Mark. Yeah, I mean, what do you need to listen to the local news for? I mean, again, no knock on the people that work there. I still know people that work for Channel 7 and for the other stations, but I mean, there's not much there that you can't get elsewhere. Especially sports. I'm surprised they still have sportscasts on these local newscasts. Why would you need to wait till 11:15 to find out who won the Red Sox game last night or who the Celtics drafted last night in the NBA draft? There's absolutely no reason.
Howie, every time you talk about, you get nostalgic about when you were on the news.
Yeah.
You always seem to be getting in trouble in every story you tell me. Like you did something that you weren't supposed to do. You wore something you weren't supposed to wear. And you have this guy who's always going, Howie, never do that again. Yeah. Like your cold sore.
Yeah. One time I came in and the news director said, bring Howie in when he gets back from his live shot, which was the State House. So I was I just walked down the hill. So I come in, goes, you looked like crap in that live shot. And then he looks over and Steve Nelson is there, the Patriots linebacker, and he's sweating. I guess it was a Monday. And he's sweating after the game. So you look like that guy. I was working all day.
The stories are always about how you didn't look good on camera and how you upset the boss.
I did. It happened over and over again. And I told you the story. I had a 5 o'clock shadow, and they brought in the makeup consultant, and she said, you have fair skin and a dark beard. We're going to have a consultation. I said, about what? I'm not having electrolysis. I'm sorry. Ashley, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Ashley.
Hi, Howie. You're
Hi.
amazing, by the way. I wanted to tell you, I actually do watch the cable. I'm 31, by the way. I do watch the cable news at 11 o'clock every night. I do.
Really? What channel do you watch, though?
I watch WMUR. I'm from New Hampshire.
Oh, okay. They're hanging in there. Yep. I mean, they make so much money for Hearst Corporation during the New Hampshire primary every leap year. But I mean, how much do you really learn from watching the 11 o'clock news, Ashley?
Well, I mean, what I learn. Well, I don't know how to answer that, but I mean, I'm learning kind of more local things, like these dogs were found, and this is the story, and this happened.
The dog was found. And they're going to shoot the bear. They're going to shoot the bears in Hanover. That was a big story.
Huge story. I mean, we're in New Hampshire, Howie. What do you expect? It's about like the moose and the bears, you know?
Yeah, I guess you're right. And sometimes you have a drug dealer get shot in Manchester, you know, or somebody goes down from Manchester to Lawrence and they get arrested for trying to buy some heroin from some Dominican in Lawrence. Yeah, so I guess there are some local stories. Thanks for the call, Ashley. So some people are watching. All right, 617. I went on a cruise about 5 years ago, so I say, hey, there's Bruce Schwegler. He was the weatherman at Channel 4. Remember him, Grace? Nobody knew who he was. I guess I'm old. What, Grace?
When I was younger, my mom and I were walking around, and we ran into a local TV weatherman, and my mom stopped him and said, oh, my God. And she proceeded to name like 3 people who weren't him because she couldn't place him. Because like she was naming people who had been weathermen like years before. And he was like, nope, wrong. He was so insulted by the end of it, he wouldn't even take a picture with me.
You can call me anything you want except maybe Mike Barnacle, and I'll laugh. I might be insulted if you said, are you Mike Barnacle? And I used to run into a cop at the federal courthouse who always called me Mike. And I finally said, you got to cut this out. You got to stop this. 978H, haven't had a TV in the house in a couple of decades. Don't miss it. Occasionally I watch a Neckin piece from the internet, New England Cable News. Get through a lot more news reading in English, French, and German and get multiple perspectives. But unfortunately, I don't have any Asian languages. Need to get as much news as possible. 774, stop watching Boston 25 when they left Fox. I only watch morning weather. I ride a motorcycle. Well, he's got a reason to watch, because you don't want to be on a motorcycle in the rain, do you? Let's see here. This is from 808. People recognize Howie from his time on Fox, but only when he wears shorts. I didn't come here to be made sport of. How many times do I have to say that today? 978, when VB was gone, I stopped watching. Just wasn't worth it anymore. Yeah, I'll read you their ratings when we come back. 844-500-4242. I'm Howie Carr.
Don't move. Howie Carr is back next.
You own a small business. Now make it official with T-shirts for your staff. Do what I did. Call Tax Free Tees.
If you're looking for custom T-shirts and apparel, call the experts at Tax Free Tees. They print all the T-shirts for the Howie Carr store, and there's a reason why. Tax Free Tees has the fastest turnaround, and there are no setup or design fees. And Tax Free Tees has low minimums. You don't need to order 100 shirts. If you need custom T-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, or apparel of any kind, do what Howie did. Call Tax Free Tees or visit them online at dowhathowiedid.com. That's dowhathowiedid.com.
Dowhathowiedid.com. Dowhathowiedid.com.
It's gonna be a Subaru summer. The feeling is coming on strong. All summer long.
The Subaru Summer All-Wheel Drive Away is going on now. Make the most of sweet summertime in a brand new Subaru Crosstrek. With roof rails plus flexible storage and passenger space, the Crosstrek has you covered no matter where you want to go. During Subaru Summer, you can buy a well-equipped all-wheel drive Crosstrek for only $21,695 or lease for just $209 per month for 36 months with $19.99 due at signing. And with industry-leading safety features, you can rest assured that the Crosstrek will get you to the place you've never been. Drive away in a well-equipped Subaru Crosstrek for only $21,695 or lease for just $209 a month. For complete details and a list of Subaru retailers, visit SubaruofNewEngland.com. Don't miss the Subaru Summer All-Wheel Drive Away.
I need your help to defeat Elizabeth Warren. My name is Jeff Deal, a father, husband, concerned taxpayer, and a state representative who led the successful effort to repeal automatic gas tax hikes, saving you $2 billion. Elizabeth Warren has spent her time in Washington building a multi-million-dollar war chest. Her focus? Winning the next election and selling books. It's time to send a senator to D.C. whose focus is on you and your family. If you want to defeat Elizabeth Warren, then go to Deal for Senate. That's DIEHL for Senate.com to make a donation. With your help, we'll make Massachusetts great again by defeating Warren and putting your interests ahead of the Washington elite. I'm Jeff Deal, and I approve this message. Paid for and authorized by Deal for U.S. Senate.
And now, 60 seconds of liberals freaking out over the election of Donald J. Trump.
Well, America is crying tonight. I'm not sure how much of America, but a very, very significant portion. And I mean literally crying.
Everybody is crying and so upset, and it is the end of their world.
Feels like the end of the world.
We were on Lifetime last night, and I was slowly getting drunk.
This is the time for real wisdom. Lightning round. I genuinely do not understand how America can be this disorganized or this hateful.
You know, she was Hillary Clinton, the most qualified candidate, the best suited for the job, the best temperament. Now we're hearing not a good candidate.
History is put on hold yet again.
They're scared, depressed, despaired, desperate even, almost clinging to me.
Plus the Supreme Court, who knows where that's going to go. So the only checks and balances we have are us, the view.
Trump derangement syndrome. It's a real thing, folks.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain, and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone, and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com, or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221. You'll feel better with more energy. Call 877-882-7221 or go to the website angioprim.com.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website, GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
He says it because he means it. This is the Howie Carr Show.
617 says, Howie, I like to put on Fox 25 when I'm getting ready for work, if only to see what Sherry Spear is wearing. She's the weather girl. She's very underrated. I agree, 617, in the looks department. But
meteorologist.
But if you know, the thing is, unless there's a blizzard, you know, you're only going to see Sherry every 7 or 8 minutes. You know, it's not... I know, but I know what he's saying anyway. Listen, by the way, according to these ratings in the Herald today, in May, Boston 25 News had 38,000 viewers at 11 o'clock. 38,000 viewers. In 2010, they had 75,000 viewers. That's half. So they've lost half their viewers in 7 years. Last year, Channel 7, when they had NBC, had 94,000 total viewers at 11 p.m. The station lost more than half its audience when viewers plummeted to 38,500 last month. Viewers in the money-making 25 to 54-year-old demo fell from 38,000 to 10,000. Those numbers are frightening. Nancy, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Nancy.
Hey, I watch the news every night at 11 o'clock, just for 3 minutes, though, because you've heard it all. Once the first 3 minutes are over, and it's usually a repeat of 6 o'clock.
Yeah. How about when they do the live shot and they say, well, nothing's happening here now, but you should have been here 4 hours ago, and then they flip to the taped package, right? It's like it's a joke.
Well, you know what? I stopped watching full broadcast when they took Shelby off the side of the road.
Half the audience doesn't even know who we're talking about. Shelby Scott. She was the Channel 4 reporter. She used to cover federal trials with me, federal court trials with me, and then when it snowed, they'd put her out on the side of the road on 128. Yeah.
And my other favorite thing was we grew up in Nantasket Beach in the summer, and we sailed all around the harbor. And every summer we'd go to Quincy Bay Race Week, and we would walk up the street at Wassagusset Beach and have Don Kent tell us what the weather forecast was going to be for the day.
Oh, you're really dating yourself now. That's even that's even more dating than mentioning Shelby Scott, Nancy. Thanks for the call. 978. This is what happens to a lot of these people as the TV, local TV news industry has contracted. Last week, I saw a former New Hampshire weatherman working the cash register at Macy's in Manchester, New Hampshire. That's sad. I know that guy too. He's a good guy. Somebody else says, my cousin's cousin is Jim Smith, and my husband always treated him like he was a celebrity at Christmas. And Grace read that on the text line and said, Howie, who is Jim Smith? I used to work with him at Channel 56, Grace. Come on.
Was he the one who was always yelling at you?
No, no one yelled at me at Channel 56. I was happier at Channel 56 than I was at Channel 7. And when I worked at Channel 2, they were the Globe was organizing boycotts. They were saying, don't give any money to Channel 2 until they fire Howie Carr.
So then you were really happy.
Then I'm happy in radio. I'm happy in newspapers. I'm happy in radio. I have my own hour-long show every afternoon, right? Suzanne, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Suzanne.
Hi, Howie.
Hi.
You know, you're so smart to stay in radio because people listen all day long. They're not in front of their TVs. They're in their cars. They're driving around like me. And also, Grace, you probably mortified your mother, but that's all right. What I wanted to talk about.
She was amused. She was amused, Suzanne. She sent Grace a text.
Sure.
What did she say, Grace? What did she say, Grace? Tell her.
Well, she said that she named all the people that she had guessed before she got it right, but I'm not going to name them.
Didn't know any of them. I know. It's amazing how you can disgrace your daughter. I've done that. But anyways, I wanted to get back to the old people that we remember, and it was like Chet and Natalie and
yeah,
all of them. But whatever.
Tom Ellis.
J.C. Moynihan was, to me, the most, I don't want to, should I say disgusting on the radio?
Why? What was wrong with J.C.? What's wrong with her?
I'll tell you what was wrong with her, in my opinion. I think she always thought she was like better than everyone else and blah, blah, blah. And I'm really not like against people that are pretty, but God knows.
I got to stop you there, Suzanne. Grace said, before, she said, you know, I really like Maria Menounos. I said, who the hell is Maria Menounos? I guess.
I meant Maria Stefanos.
Okay, Grace. I'm Howie Carr.
And now, a bunch